Welcome back to Galaxy Battle. It is day 12. We are slowly but surely going down. As the Swiss stage is coming to an end, we have those last three matches, and who other than Mr. M and J on the other side will be watching the games and we'll be seeing how it goes. M and J, our first matchup is going to be Aurora against Apogee.
Yes, it will be. Quite an exciting one as well, right? Two teams within the top 50 and two teams that have been looking very, very hot. But surprisingly, both here in the 2-2 bracket. And as you say, we sort of get into the meat of things now. We've had some very contentious matches over the last few days. We've also just had the sort of word on the playoffs invite teams that are going to be joining in that next stage as well. There's some big fish in there. Fnatic, Partizan, Imperial Female, Nexus, some very, very good sides to look forward to over the coming weeks. But yeah, the boys in the server and ready to get going. This Aurora lineup have looked very, very strong as of recent.
Yeah, man, yesterday I was casting a game. Aurora played Monty, and Monty did not look good, but Aurora looked amazing. They had just such firepower. Raw aim was off the charts. On the other side of things, we have Apogee, who's, another team that just went on a crazy run to qualify for PGL Bucharest. Maybe since then, performance has been a bit iffy, but at the end of the day, I think this is going to be a very close matchup. So let's talk about the maps. Let's see where exactly this will be going down. The first pick will be going in for Apogee, and Ancient, that is a solid pick. We've seen them do very good on it. Train for Aurora. All right, I love Train, my friend.
Yeah, I like it. We're finally seeing teams start to sort of bite the bullet with Train a little bit and say, all right, we have to start playing it. It was so easy when Train came in because it was in replacement of Vertigo and most teams were permabanning Vertigo. It was so easy to just swap permabans and be like, okay, well, we won't play Train. But yeah, I do like to see teams sort of start to innovate. You saw certain lineups say, all right, well, if we play it and kind of get ahead of the curve, then we'll have that advantage for the first couple of months. And finally, it's starting to come into more of a staple of competitive play. But yeah, with both teams playing 6 of the 7 maps with the 2 permabans gone, it does feel like any territory that you end up on is an even playing field. But Ancient, as you say, a very good pick for Apogee. They've been great on it against some very, very good teams. Talking about that deep run that they made in the Bucharest Open quals, Ancient was a staple of that run. They beat OG on it 13-5. And some incredible wins against some incredible lineups. But ready to get rolling here into the pistol round on their CT half. And Aurora, somewhat leaning towards A, but sort of keeping their options open.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start, but I mean, they could go faster as well. We look at the minimap, there's 4 on B. The site is open, it's clear for planting, boys. The closest one to arrive would be Jacob, and as he now hears the util coming in, the sense of doom might start to overwhelm him because the site is clear. We're going to be watching a 5v5 retake, which is probably the most chaotic thing you can really get out of CS in the pistol round. Looks like a Hal 4 coming from Temple. There is still a Hypex actually taking things a little bit slow, but time is kind of the issue here, right? You have to find 5 players, you got to get on the defuse, and at this point you have 25 seconds left, so this donut will be so difficult to clear as the peak is trying to come in. Klax will just try to ring around the Rosie, clear Demho with the frag on Klax, but hey, they smoke donut, and they get on the bomb. They're defusing. Oh, Apogee, this is beautiful. A 3v5 clutch, perhaps, because everyone else was alive in donut. But Aurora just does not account for that detail, I guess. $300 and the round is over.
Yeah, that felt very, very well drilled. You could sort of see the stars aligning. They had the tools for that retake with that kit, with the util. Instantly, proper smoke into Donut, a couple of flashbangs, get Prism on that defuse. They knew exactly what they were doing. Very willing to give up their A-bomb site as a result. So, Aurora, off of getting that plant, of course, will come in with a reasonable force buy here. A couple of Galils, a MAC-10, a couple of upgraded pistols. Prioritising the util over firepower in this one, because if they wanted to go without it, they could have had a couple more of those rifles, but leaning outside a B, Apogee with a 3-man stack in place.
Yeah, I think this depends on Grix. If he can hit that opening headshot, it'll go a long way. He does get the spot, and oh, there's the headshot, man. That's beautiful stuff. 2 more to go on the site. There's 1 cave, so the site is, again, pretty much clear. The problem really came into when it came to the retake, but I think that's planned for the wellbang as well. So especially with the smoke down towards Cave, it's like, well, if you go for it and you lose, next up is an eco. Like, the decision making here is difficult for Apogee, and yeah, seems like they're already somewhat calling it off, trying to figure out how to evacuate these Cave players. Aurora, one thing they have going for them is just really good site takes. And again, like, I don't know how much you've seen from Aurora recently, but man, keep an eye out for Grix. He is insane recently. Yesterday, he just had like a 25-bomb match, like clutched 1v2s, 1v1s, 1v3s, everything really you could ask for. And Demho will lose that M4, so even less brought into the next round. Yeah, this overall lineup for Aurora, I think individually is just looking really strong, and they look really scary when they play as a team as well. They look almost unbeatable in some matchups against what you'd expect better teams.
Yeah, Grix is definitely that man to watch out for. Obviously, the sort of star of this roster at the moment, just 19 years old, joined back in December. I'm rocking just shy of a 1.2 rating. He has been a beast, especially on that AWP. But, mechanically, you can give him pretty much anything and he will smash heads. And he proved it right there with the Desert Eagle. But you can't help but feel, whilst it felt like the right call to back off and play for that save, that was a very disappointing round out of Apogee. They now have to try and make up for it here in the third. 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and a 5.7.
Yeah, that's how it works in CS sometimes. One impact kill with the Deagle, and that's it. Round's over. Aurora really picked the perfect position to strike, and who else than Grix to do it? Yeah, I mean, talking about this kind of forest buy, I mean, it could work out. I think Ancient is one of the best maps to kind of have a 5.7 and MP9 in the mix. Cave doesn't really matter close up. You should be able to still hit the headshot and deliver. So, heading towards mid, control has been taken. Patsy's footsteps certainly heard, and he dodges a bullet, quite literally, as the rest of Aurora is setting up to go towards B. This is, again, a 3-man setup. Let's see if they can hold it down this time.
Well, 50 seconds on this clock. Aurora, time pressure won't be pushing on them too heavily just yet, but it will start to. As Heffa, aggressive, wiped out by Klax, who lines up a double. And like dominoes, knocks them down. Prism will chime in for just a single, but yeah, it's another round where they have to just pull the plug. This time, justifiably so. But Aurora have been dominant towards this B bomb site. 2 rounds on the bounce, taking no prisoners. Building up those
great entry
as
from
well.
Klax. And that's kind of what I'm, talking about as well. If we look at the side of Aurora, like, everyone can frag. Like, everyone has that capability, just take a round by himself. Yesterday, Kenzie clutched a 1v5, man. Like, it was insane. The mad scenes. But we had some also other players like Norway showing up. Like, everyone did so much work. And the M4 here will still stay in the hands of Jacob. So, I'm upgraded to an 8K. Something to bring into that next round. But I think for Apogee, like, what they need to figure out is just how to kind of counter, somebody who just literally pushes and clicks heads. It's so difficult to defeat Aurora in these scenarios. So I think just more util really is what they could try to go for. That previous round where they pushed up with the MP9, there wasn't exactly a flash. And I mean, you get swinged, you are going to go down to the likes of Kenzie or Grix or Norway. So for now 2, and now again a partial, somewhat string together here for Apogee. We'll see what they're able to do with that USB on HFA. The Galaxy Special, my friend. I don't know if you know what it is, but the Galaxy Special for this tournament is losing against buys like this. We've seen it over and over and over again. So every time I see a buy like this, I just kind of hold my breath and go, please don't.
To be honest, it might not even be much of a Galaxy special. I've seen that all over the shop at the moment. Just teams fumbling in these situations.
That's a tier 3 special.
Yeah, I guess so. Aurora, though. A very composed team. Shouldn't allow this one to get out of hand. Grix clearing his corners. They'll back off of mid, though. They know that behind that red room smoke, there's likely a snake in the grass. That's Jacob. Instead, they'll just regroup towards B. That bomb's been left in cube. They can go and grab it, go for an execute. But Apogee do seem to have the right read, and the rotation's working their way over.
Yeah, but now the smoke, oh, they can go for the boost, but if you spot that, you can just spray down both, and they actually see nothing, so... Dropping down, Aurora really slow in this round, just don't want to overcommit, you know, don't want to run into like a 5-stack, but that's kind of what's happening, because they're taking so long, all the rotations have been made, and sure, the smokes are there, you're still going to get the plan, but this can still get a bit chaotic with a flashbang or something. Now we have on Prism, nice tag of action through the smoke, it's Kenzie to find the first, the boost spotted, Flash deals with business, and yeah man, Aurora, just again, like great individual aim, great awareness, hold it down, they're not going to be making these type of mistakes. It's Prism and Hypex, probably just, yeah, looking to say what else can you really do in this situation, maybe linger around, try to eliminate some of these AKs, make that economy a bit worse for Aurora. Because ultimately this is your map pick, so not the start that they were looking for, especially after converting the pistol.
Can see. Sort of eager for these exit frags, but doesn't want to press the issue. As you say, that this has been very tidy out of Aurora, and consistently they've kept 4 players alive as well. You look at those last 3 rounds. It's either been Apogee playing for a hard save call. The first one, it was a hard save call with 4 players, and then the second and third, yeah, they got out of there with just a couple, but yeah, not looking for exit frags or anything of the like, so Aurora was just able to stay alive with 4 men. It does mean they build up this nice little economic cushion. Pre-buy here, a couple of boys had about $8,000 in the bank. They're going a little bit deeper with that AWP dropped over to Grix. Up against another buy here. Apogee finally have some teeth behind them. They need to make sure they bite down.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive here. I think that's the right call, because these last 3 rounds have just been kind of grinded down, you know, second-guessing themselves, and now they're trying to push up, trying to take the initiative, and it does work, because Kenzie will go down. Now you gain some map control. Now you finally have some information. I think Apogee maybe was expecting a lot quicker of game style coming in from Aurora, and ultimately when that does not come true, their, you know, lack of information and just general awareness of these T positionings really did them dirty. But for now, I like what they've done. I like the adjustment. We have Prism almost in T-spawn already. And, well, yeah, the read is perfect. It's A, there's the smoke there. 50 seconds still to backtrack and figure out where to take this. Demho, what are we doing, buddy? Yeah, the frag. All right, that's a play, I guess. Jacob will get another, and it's a 2v3 with the bomb drop, and that is the big issue here. It has to be Patsy with this backstab coming in. Maybe he can catch a timing, because Grix is on 1 HP, but that smoke exposes his position, so Patsy just has to be the raw aim, or Grix with something absolutely insane. Patsy delivers the headshot. That's a clean one. 20 seconds to go. Time is the issue, and so is Hypex. As he catches the first, he can just hide in Brokey. The molly does not touch him, and Grix feels like he needs to push the issue, but shut down by Hypex, who, if we talk about individual performances, you know, Aurora have their Grix and Apogee have their Hypex.
I guess so, yeah. Hypex bizarrely sort of one of the newer additions and younger players within this Apogee roster as well. It's quite a young, quite a new roster. Only came together back in November. But yeah, it did just feel like it's difficult in the moment there. He doesn't necessarily have the info that he's not being flanked, so just pulling away from that is, I guess, harder than it sounds. And you certainly don't want to be dying after time. But that was just such an impossible situation. He was literally on 1 HP and was just walking into the blender there. So perhaps a tad foolish to peek out the way he did. Only 15 seconds as well. Could have just tucked himself in main, got comfy, brought that AWP into the next. Either way, they'll have enough to buy one, but at his own expense means that Klax and Norway are down to Galils. And it gives a real opportunity here for not only Apogee to tie up this scoreline, but actually take the lead if they can win this round.
Yeah, getting rid of this Aurora economy that they had built up would be huge. Certainly Grix helped it himself a little bit, but I feel like, you know, when you're playing like Grix, you're allowed to go for those players, you know? Like, I've seen absolute madness from him yesterday every time I watched Aurora recently. Oh, and it's a fast mid-tag. I don't know if, well, that's a lot of info for Patsy. He spots a shoulder there perhaps as well. Smoke does expose his position, but Mid control somewhat secured. It can get dicey. Klax is fully blind and Hypex has the up. Sees the shadows. Just has to hit the shot and he does it. Griggs down, the boost comes through. Patsy will find the donut player, making the side pressure a little bit less, but Hypex needed to hit the shot, can't. There's all the rotations coming in. I feel like Aurora have to call this off. A minute and 10 to still work with. You can reroute from mid, go back to spawn. This time no big aggression from Apogee towards long, B long either, so... Oh, this can get dicey. Depends on the timing, but Norway is going to have the first spot, and he does get it. And now it's Hypex with 2 players on the other side. Get away, buddy. It's going to be difficult. Yeah, good call.
With 40 seconds left and the bomb rerouting over towards B. You have still got Prism just sat there patient. But everybody kept guessing. And obviously these sound cues, Norway being heard there in middle. Ooh. How does he win that duel? Felt like Heffa had the advantage every day of the week, but double dinked. And now Prism has got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Nades coming his way. He's got to take this fight. Hypex stays alive, but he's on the wrong bomb site. He's on the other end of the world. Oh, that spam's too late. Yeah, this gets exponentially harder now.
Yeah, especially with both the smokes down, right? You have an op and the retake as well. Like, just gotta save it, man. You have 250 to split on these players, and there's a backstab coming in. What a read from Norway, man. He gets one. Kenzie is actually the one to do it. But yeah, that ultimately shuts it down, makes it ever so more expensive for Apogee, as Prism's AK is going to be the only thing they hold on to. Aurora, they were just tough to deal with. I think ultimately the previous round, Apogee won because they had so much early info, right? Like the execute from A there was not even a sound made, and you already had 3 on A side. Because somebody pushed long, you know, they got a kill, they confirmed the info. And again, I feel like this should be the game plan for Apogee, where they just need to take some of these calculated risks early on. Because if you just stay sights, if you just kind of play the CT default, Aurora are just going to overwhelm you with aim. You know, they are going to out-aim you. And if you don't have the players refrag in place, like that's what happened this round, right? Site taken, you're smoked off. Well, time to save, boys.
Well, Apogee had a real opportunity, as I say, against... you can't quite call it a low buy, but there were certainly contingencies there for Aurora. Apogee had that chance to tie things up, take that lead, really take the reins here on Ancient. Remember, it is their map pick. So far, slowly but surely, losing control. Just on the pistols here, Prism's got that saved AK. He's going to try and do good work with it, but in a little too deep. What? Perhaps not, because no matter the depth, Prism is still swimming, smashing 3 heads. And a 4th teed up, perhaps. Molly goes deep. And he'll just escape. That is disgusting.
Yeah, especially considering the buy, you know, talk about a hero AK. Truly, the hero has emerged. Norway will find 3 players on the other side. You are locked down. There is no way to do anything. You're already getting tagged up. And Prism wants his ace. Can't get it. It's Demho to refrag him. So the young Belarusian talent of Grix getting spammed through the wall. This is just tough, man. There's no way to deal with it. Poggi playing it smartly as well, not giving him any easy pickings. They want to upgrade to full AKs here. They know where they are. Do the takedown Grix, and the upgraded rifles are yours. And again, man, you know, this was aggression. Whenever a Poggi in these rifle rounds get a little bit aggressive, they can kind of back it up with their aim. And Aurora ultimately, I think, feel a little bit flustered. That should never be a case when, you know, you're getting pushed from CTs and 3 players just go down with no refrags. That's maybe a bit of an oversight. They certainly seemed surprised. But it's good, man. I think this is going to go all 3 maps. Like, I think both these teams are very nearby, and Ancient already getting really close with this recent efforts from Poggi. I would love to string a couple more together, and this is a bit of a freebie opportunity. We know the Tech-9s can be nasty up close. But, oh, wait, they're going away from B. B, dude, look at this.
Oh.
It's completely open.
They're going to walk into cave as well. This has just been the wrong call for Apogee. They will start to route players back through short and long, but they've given up the bomb site and given up a plant. At an integral time here where Aurora only come into this with Tech-9. Spam is Yeah, a little bit off the mark. Not a lot of damage will even be dealt off of it. So 5v5 retake, pistols versus rifles.
Oh, Klax with a double. This still looks somewhat competitive. I can't believe it, man. Just the Tech 9s. So little weaponry to play with, but Jacob, the other highest rated player of Aurora, will deliver a headshot, deliver a shot on Grix, leaving just Kenzie. Tech 9 close range, needs 3 or something insane. Gets the first, looks for the peak. Kenzie can still make this competitive, just needs another headshot. They're not defusing. No time,
no.
Kenzie! Oh, they need to run him down, but I don't think there's time.
No time.
There is no time. Kenzie! You see what I mean, dude? Like, anyone from Aurora can just pull around like that out of their hat. Just insanity. Yeah, dude, 5-3 in Apogee now. If I was Aurora, I'd call a timeout just to let Apogee kind of sit and simmer in what just happened. That should never be around for Aurora.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. You look at sort of how things have gone in the last 4, actually, especially those last 2. Just back and forth, scrappy Counter-Strike. That's what we're here to see in the 2-2 bracket. An eco round with a hero rifle won by Apogee, and Aurora biting right back with a Tech 9 victory. In a
And the
ridiculous
calls have
fashion.
been just amazing.
Yeah. Reads have been brilliant.
So the name of Jacob, that's a good double. There's no smoke for Donut, so that is a huge oversight in my opinion. You needed a smoke there. Now, it's over. You have 3 on site, headshot angle. Grix just has to convert off of raw aim, leaving just Klax, who's taken down as well. So maybe a bit of back-to-back fumbles, back-to-back big mistakes that lead to the other team winning, but yeah, we're going to keep it as close as possible, my friend.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mess, to be honest, but I'm here for it. You do love to see it. Again, it'll be Aurora slammed down to another one of these pistol buys. This time they opt for the Desert Eagles over the Tech 9s. But we know just how capable they really are. Jacob, super aggressive. Norway says no. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's a good trade out of Prism, but still a 4v4. And if he double dips, there is no need for that Prism. There is no need.
Yeah, that's an insane way to start the round. And Patsy, he's time and time again just finding these open sites. Now they spot him, but the calling is really difficult here. Like, do we want to rotate? Because look at Aurora, they're not committing to this at all. You kind of have to deal with the spanner in the works named Patsy, who I think he spotted somebody. He was looking that way. Man, this is just going to be chaotic. But Patsy has to be aware that Hypex is arriving and ultimately getting the frag. But guess what? Demho, I think there was info. Patsy gave it over. They were looking that way. They get the frag, confirm it, now head on towards B. It does seem like Apogee have the read. HVA here will have a crucial moment coming up. The low player goes first, and it's a nice refrag. So Hypex, he can convert these. 1v2 clutches is kind of his speciality with the op. I've seen it multiple times. As the bomb is going down, Grix is holding the smoke. A bit of a weird timing,
wow.
And Hypex, yeah, he scoots the radar, but can't hit the shot. Oh, that is unlucky. We can see the frustration on the face cam as well. That was just the round given to you on a silver platter, and unfortunately, a big miss is going to keep Apogee at 4.
Wow, that is a bit of a shame. Yeah, I did think to myself, like, you know, how is he going to isolate these jewels once that plant goes down? Walking through the smoke as it's being planted and just catching that timing. It was perfect. The stars aligned for him, but couldn't hit the shot. Millimeters away. Felt like a bit of a CS2 moment, but I think if you watch it back in slow-mo, he might have just missed. But an unfortunate time for it. 6-4, Aurora have already found themselves a good half. They've got 2 opportunities to make it a great one. They're only against a low buy here. And to be honest, if they win this round, it will be much of the same in the next.
Yeah, this is, you know, throwing everything that you can at the wall, hoping that maybe this round sticks. Maybe you can convert the 5th. It's a lot of damage. Prism will go down. They look for the refrags, which that's a headshot angle, and yeah, Grix will shut it down. Maybe getting a bit too happy to push there, but Demho, he has found a good timing to pick up the op as well, and that leaves kind of Aurora scrambling. They have multiple angles to watch, Molly to go down, and whoa, they push through. That's a good call. Demho is still going to get another, just a hero play there with the 5-7, gets the double. But Apogee have the information. They act accordingly. They send HFA down mid to scout out if these players indeed have committed, and they have not. It's back-to-back refrags. As we go down to the 1v1, this is down to kind of a, 50-50, where Hypex wants to take this. To clear A, but in the meanwhile, that'll be the longest rotation possible.
Yeah, they are quite literally as far away as they could possibly be from each other. It gives Klax absolutely tons of time to get this bomb planted and pop himself wherever the hell he wants. Now, he might not know just how much time he's got here, but the fact that he's sort of holding the flank, he's holding cave, he anticipates Hypex to be a little bit closer, but he's taken the perfect angle, the long-range duel, AK against MP9, and you just know that he has the advantage, and he'll shut it down. To be honest, a valiant attempt there from Apogee, considering the firepower that they had to work with, but it's not going to cut it, and as I said before, it's right into the same hit for round number 12. Final of the half, 2 MP9s, and just some pistols.
Yeah, take 2. Maybe they've learned something from that previous round. I think, again, the reason why that round is closed because they have the lower buy. They're like, okay, we can't just hold angles. We kind of have to get aggressive. And that is the one thing that, honestly, I see where Aurora maybe lack a little bit in this first half, where they just are not exactly expecting and they can't deal with this aggression if Apogee decide to go for it. It's Jacob to get the first, and whoa, the double from Mr. Jacob himself. Kenzie is good for the refrag, but it's gonna be just chaos down towards mid. Demho gets another, and yeah, they're making it work, man. Just aggression, again, goes unpunished from Aurora. 2 of these players left. I think, well, at least one's position is known. CD positioning is maybe a bit interesting here, given the info that they have, but they are slowly starting to clear out lane and just move towards A.
It's kind of unreal. Out of Jacob there in middle. I was worried so much of the time you see a star-studded play like that, but no one's there to output that same kind of damage. Demho's MP9 coming in and denying the trade there on shelf was absolutely perfect. It now tees him up for this round victory. 40 seconds left, Aurora. It's the final round of the half, so they will, of course, just throw themselves at this.
Ooh.
Oh, no. No chance. No chance whatsoever. 5th on the board, and yeah, Apogee, to be honest, with how that half was looking, I think they'll be relatively happy with 5 there.
I think so as well. Yeah, I'd say a lot of those rounds, Aurora, like the majority of the rounds, 80% Aurora, in my opinion, should have had the round. Maybe they made a mistake from here to there. At the same time, Apogee also lost to Tech9, so I think mistakes from both sides. We had those 3 rounds back-to-back, where I think we're just like, yep, seems about right. That's that Tier 3 CS we all love. But hey, on the other side of things, some, shows of greatness as well. I'm excited for the second half, and hopefully you guys are excited for the case. As a little thank you to everyone who likes to watch the Galaxy battle, we give back the skins. We've almost had a knife skin in MNJ. We had a, I think like a 70 euro skin. There's a knife going by. Ooh. But let's see who's getting lucky today with a
I'm going to be tilted if Janelle Benny wins. Yeah, haha. It's a decent one as well with the food chain. He's won like 5 times. It's just unbelievable. He watches every single game, and he's the luckiest. I can't say the luckiest guy on the planet. I feel like you got to like win the lottery and like cure cancer for that or something. But like, he's pretty lucky when it comes to these giveaways.
You're gonna be lucky to cure cancer, just like
I don't know, maybe not, but like you just stumble upon it. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking. That's what I was getting at.
Fair enough. Well, congratulations.
And, in the jungle.
Klax, man. You can open things up on HFA. Well, slow approach from Apogee as well. We don't see these kind of balls to the wall, just rushes anymore from the Glocks. Gonna be more sophisticated with it. It's certainly a sophisticated shot to get the headshot through the smoke. Just the dink. A lot of these T players' presence known. You think Apogee should rotate here?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of difficult. It's so difficult to call here, right? Because the silence is deafening. And for Aurora, they're now second-guessing this whole, okay, well, things have gone quiet. Maybe the bomb's routed back to B. Maybe we should start a rotation ourselves. They sort of fake it for a second, but now the Glocks and the P250s can close the gap. And it's up close and personal where they deal the most damage. Grix with a 1v3. If there's anyone I'd want in this situation, it would be this man. He's had a little bit of a slow game so far, but Julie's in hand. And 2 of the enemies low. Oh, you do have to fancy his chances. But denied at the door by Hypex. And that all-important pistol round going Apogee's way now actually means that we should see this tie up at 7 apiece.
Yeah, I think this is going to be, double digits for both teams for sure, and could be on all 3 maps. That's a way to start from Jacob. Like, all right, nice, nice pregame. This is just nasty to deal with. Demho, I was watching and I was just like, this is the player I hate to play against in like matchmaking. We have full screen Grix frustration as well. It's just nasty, like AD against the wall. It's so difficult to take you down here. Plays it to perfection. And it does work out. Apogee with a huge pistol round conversion, and Demho will have a lot on his hands. These P shooters can be nasty when they double up. It's the thing delivered, but Demho stays strong with the double and tries to get away. Here there's more. Norway is the one to connect the frag. A little picked up, but the A site is clear. Nashva wants to get a little bit adventurous here. Well, that's a spot, and shouldn't really peek. This can still get a little bit dangerous. We know how some of these rounds go. Yeah, that's the Molly, and Aurora, with no investment in the round, get away with a Galil.
Well, not really much more that you expect out of that round from Aurora, to be honest. I think, we have seen a lot of teams recently force buy in the second round on the CT side. It's happening more and more often. When the score's close like this, especially when you do have a little lead, it maybe doesn't come out as often. But yeah, single kill, Galil recovered, almost a second there at the end. That could have been good, but ultimately dying to that MAC-10 just puts another $600 in the pocket there for Apogee. At 7-7, buy up will come in the next tier for Aurora, and now they can try and snap back. Apogee still playing a bonus with these 2 SMGs. This could come back to plague them, but we'll see. Gonna be mid-control on the menu.
Yeah, this is quick, man. And Prism gets rewarded for it. Patsy to go down. They have donut control, and Aurora's rotations already are like, well, do we want to go back to B? Do we want to go A? Seems like they are putting a lot of pressure towards A, but guess what? That's not where the bomb is going to be going down. Apogee make a pretty good fake here, or rather Aurora just go for a bit of a gamble that, yeah, not the day to go to Las Vegas, I guess.
Oh. Can't double it up. Does still feel like Aurora don't really want to touch this. There's been a few too many rounds like this, I feel, this map. Like, this isn't Inferno, right? You can play for retakes. They're pretty viable here on Ancient. And it does just feel like round after round, it's like a 4v3. This is super winnable. Okay, they don't have a kit. I think that's sort of the one thing that, yeah, I do worry about for them here. But, full health, a bit of util, everyone's with the rifles, and yeah, for Prism, they have the information that he's super low as well. So that did feel very doable. But, yeah, pulling the plug, prioritizing the economy. Both teams have done this throughout this map so far. And whilst we've had these little flashes in the pan and these little moments of brilliance, it has actually led to a reasonably boring game. Because, yeah, neither team have really wanted to play for these clutch and retake situations.
Yeah, a little bit of J-esque maybe in both halves. And just kind of slow, like I get it. I do like that these, this caliber of teams are trying to be very brainy about it. Because sometimes you're just molding, you're just watching like, what? So, yeah, it is a bit boring, I agree, but at the same time, we get a very close scoreline. I think once we get to the double digits for both, that is where all hell breaks loose. That is where you go for the retakes. So I think we're just slowly but surely, you know, it's the calm before the storm here, my friend. As the nade will be coming in, I thought Clax should have taken more damage from it. Jacob already down, and yeah, guess what? If Apogee gets one, then immediately Aurora back and forth, back and forth. It's a clean shot by HVA, which actually completely opens the B site for taking. If he can get this one, this is going to go a long way. Smoke down towards Cave. It's an early backstab perhaps from Kenzie as he just scoots the radar there. Quick backstab will be coming in, but they get the site and the plant from a 3v5. And Kenzie, actually they're... Whoa! So...
Huge. Oh! I think it's just been seen. Somehow
Yeah.
Heifer anticipates it, and yeah, what could have been a multi-kill only ends up being one. They're now ready for him. Ipex on an instant trade, and Prism will double down for the rotation. 9 on the board for Apogee, and yeah, they've gone from being the team firmly on the back foot and sort of struggling a little bit here on their map pick to quite clearly just looking head and shoulders above the competition. Couple of rounds
That's
now
a tough
ahead,
one to
and
lose, man.
yeah, it is. But there's been quite a few tough ones to lose, hasn't there, for Aurora?
Yeah, I don't know how they recover from that, because look at that economy as well, right? Like, this is... That round pretty much gave Apogee double digits if they're just able to piece together this, which, again, I think Ancient and Inferno are kind of the two maps where you have the biggest chance to lose against buys like this. Close range, both entries to the site, you know, the setups can be great for refrags. For now... Two towards mid is interesting. You know, they have information, but it also means that B is pretty open, especially with HVA's shot. He's just been putting continuous effort towards getting those frags. His rotations are coming in. A minute to work with, and Apogee here, they might as well just go for the A site if they choose to, but no, they believe in their firepower. They know they're up against Clax. Well, what is he gonna do? Get 5? They're gonna run him down. Clax, he's lucky to get one there. You know, that was like all that he could really do. No shame about it, as Jacob finds another. Apogee deal with this round with ease, and it's just Patsy. Ooh, spotted, but Prism is low. So maybe he can take down Prism, get an 8k? No. Refrags have been looking really good for Apogee as well. So, double digits first for Apogee, and then playing on the T side, you know, this could get out of hand really quickly. Seemed like a competitive game, you know, 7 to 8 back and forth, but now I'm starting to worry a little bit. The one thing I'll say, though, it's 55% win rate for Aurora here on the CT side. Actually, for both teams, the CT side is the better one. So, theoretically, you know, stats are kind of at least in their favor a little bit, but this has to be the round, M&J.
And so far, the stats have sort of gone out the window because they've lost the last 5 rounds in a row. I
Yeah,
do love
that's
the
true.
run boost, though. This is quick. I don't think they'll maybe be expecting Patsy so fast on this angle. The answer is they won't. But Jacob and Heifer there for the instant trades. And Heifer's really woken up in these last couple of rounds. Gone from being towards the bottom end of that scoreboard to being right up at the top of it. Alongside Prism and Jacob as one of the harder hitters. He's found multi-kills in the last 2. Looks to tee himself up for another one here. Smoke will delay that for now. But yeah, still the man advantage. And Aurora have thrown all their eggs into one basket. For now, it looks like they've made the right call, but if Apogee decide to pull the plug, rotate towards this A site, they'll be executing a ghost bomb site. No one will be home.
Aurora trying to recover their losses by gambling some more. This time the call is correct. Demho with the double, though, and that's it again. Just individual aim is what converts it. Not really much strategy to that play. Just Demho, go kill. And he does. It's Grix left in a 1v3. And again, as I agree, you know, if there's one man for the job, it's Grix. But he's been having a really slow game. This would be the way to redeem himself. $150 to his name. But it's 7 to 10. You give this away. It's a difficult call. But he does want to just linger around a little bit longer. Crossfire angle is kind of set up there to some extent as he wants to clear Cave. It's a nice shot by Grix. Time. Oh, almost. But it's Demho with the 3-piece to secure the 11th. So Apogee win a crucial round, man, and put Aurora in a bit of an economical disaster here.
Yeah, again, it's sort of round after round. Aurora are able to claw it back to somewhat of a close situation, but it's been the Apogee show. This B bomb site has been their turf. It's been the Achilles heel of this Aurora defense, and once again they'll sort of throw themselves at another MP9 bite. It's not the full investment. They'll keep enough cash in the bank to go for an investment in the next, but still, they don't win it. Their opponents will be on to 12. Norway gets off to a good start. Not quite traded as well. It's an opportunity missed there for Prism. They have got the mid control.
And the control is there, unfortunately. HFA no more. And slowly but surely they want to move towards Red Room. This position from Norway could seal the deal if they do pursue that plan to go for a wraparound and a side attack. Actually, I don't know where they want to take this. Like, we have Prism kind of exploring things towards Cave. In the meanwhile, it does look like they want to, you know, maybe go for a backstab, catch a timing. But Norway is way ahead of this play. Worst case scenario, he gets the spot and there's players nearby to refrag. They're walking into a weird situation, but Norway now frags back. Smoke will be deployed, making it a bit easier to, I guess, go towards B here. But do they expect the corner player here yet? Norway to go down. Patsy with the refrag. Still a player advantage. 30 seconds to go as Kenzie is going to find another. This is looking like a very convertible round. Just the Cave player, you need to deal with him because that opens up the site. 20 seconds, man. You got to get on the bomb plant, and look at that. Klax is arriving on Cave. Don't think he will be there in time, but he might still get the frag after the plant. He spotted the player and gets the frag. It's a 1v3 for Prism. And make that 2, actually. Cave player known, but he's getting pushed from the right side. It's a double crossfire from Aurora. They're going to get the defuse. This was such a needed round, and it does work out in their favor. Good showing from Patsy. Flax as well with the crucial double. Yeah, they fight on. It feels like this game would have been a bit weird, you know, like not what we deserved in a sense. When it's 7-8, I was like, okay, double digits, maybe overtime, you know, just a really cinema ending to the map. But yeah, it felt like, you know, 7-13 maybe would have been pretty bad. So I'm glad that Aurora get that round. And now, next stop is double digits.
Yes, it is. Okay, well, an important pickup from them. They haven't quite broken the Apogee money just yet. There's plenty of cash for them to work with. They could have had an AWP in this round. They opt against it. Just those 5 AKs. They continue to barrel forward. Molly forces Grix off of the angle that he wanted to post up on, but still has a deeper one, and arguably that fire gives him a little more cover. Norway in the corner, insta-trading. And it's all just a ruse towards the A-bomb site for them to go back to their beloved B, which has worked oh so well for them round after round, anticipating this flank as well. Kenzie, yeah, timing felt good, but the barrel betrays him. And now a man advantage, and the bomb beeping away. Fuse on this round. And another big kill.
The infamous fake A, go B. It's so difficult to deal with a strat, truly, from CS Gods. And that will be the push on the side, the plant, the conversion. Does not go Jacob's way, but he's not complaining. Cash will be there to rebuy. It's Apogee locking in that map point. I'm looking to take some rifles down with them. As Patsy... well, that's one way to deal with him. Nemo does not even have to peek. And that is... Aurora again with their backs against the wall. Maybe that feral instinct, that adrenaline kicks in now because it has to. This is do or die situation to try and convert on Apogee's map pick. Ultimately, next up is Train, and Train certainly when it first dropped was just if you picked it, you could just farm it. Because, you know, if the team didn't ban it, then they just were not good on it either. Things have changed. I don't think that, you know, it's going to be a walk in the park here for Aurora on the second map, but at least it's somewhat of a competitive showing on the first with, well, you'd say 4 more chances to push this to overtime as the boost comes in. Klax, smoke blown open, but Hypix will get the refrag. That's an aggressive play.
Yeah, they're pretty ready for that trade. But yeah, you touched upon before just how good of a game Prism's been calling, and actually been playing as well. But no, I mean, Aurora have been so unwilling to play for those retakes, right? We've seen it round after round that yeah, just calling that fake strat worked perfectly. Now, here we go. Uncharted territory on this A site. They will be met with resistance. Is Norway here in Donut? If they can trade it back, then they'll have space and time to get that plant down. Unfortunately, they won't, and they will just crumble one by one. Heffa will tap it again, try and force them out. No one else coming from CT. Instead, they line up in Donut. There's a world that a couple of stray bullets could have got that over the line, but Aurora hold on by a thin thread. But they're still dangling here on Ancient. And one more buy round. It is all that Apogee really have in the tank, and then this gets interesting.
Yeah, attack pause called. I actually like this call from Poji a lot. I think a lot of times teams struggle closing out and they just kind of go, next round. I think this is a great call from, as you know, Prism, who has been calling an amazing game. Time to calm down a little bit and figure out just one more take, one more strategy. You have 3 tries to do it. A gimmick play would do as well. Heffa, that's how you say it, huh? Because first time I saw this guy playing, I was like, that is the most difficult username to pronounce. I think I said Hfa at first, and I was like, well, that doesn't sound right, and then I just went with Hfa. But I hear you say Heffa. I think that is the best way to say it, my friend.
So, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure either. For some players that have really difficult pronunciations, I literally go and ask them, but I haven't asked him. But I have a couple of people that I've worked with recently have called him Heffa, so I've just kind of worked off of that. But it is sort of this self-fulfilling prophecy where if maybe we're all just saying it wrong, and, you know, it only takes one person to say it wrong, and then someone else to say, oh, well, he said it like that, so I'll say it like that too. And then, you know, before we know it, we're all saying it wrong. So, maybe one of us should go and double check.
Well, I think we can be sure that. Yeah, I think we can be sure that Ha is not the correct one. So don't use that one, and yeah, go ask him, I guess. Oh, Jacob, he's gonna be opening up on Patsy and Man, talking about Ha. He's gonna get Kenzie, and I think we have not really seen Aurora being able to claw back in these two-player down situations. Norway out of position, caught off guard by Jacob, and that is just gonna seal the deal. Last nail in the coffin of this Ancient game. 2v3, but they're locked out. They can't go for this. Like they have to, but it's like, well, it's already done. Boom.
Wow. I mean, you know, I've been massively impressed with Apogee recently, but this is really something else. Class. Oh, an awkward accident. That will put a nail in the coffin and finish things off. There you go. Backlook Apogee make it 13. And, well, as I say, I've been really impressed with Apogee recently. That doesn't necessarily feel like the Aurora that we're used to, but I don't know. I don't know. Just their resilience to kind of stay relevant in those situations. Like right there when they were in a 5 versus 3, the fact they're able to claw that back and quite consistently do that throughout the game as well was just impressive stuff.
Sure, I mean, Aurora could have played better. At the same time, I feel like, map with a 36% win rate, like, you're not going to be amazing on it, and we know how good Apogee are on Ancient, so a well-deserved victory, a well-deserved MVP for Mr. Prism here. 19 frags, good calls, solid Ancient. And next up, we are going to be having Train. We're talking about the win rates. Aurora have 60%, so I think certainly the chance to bring this back, bring this to Mirage, which is 62% for both. That's just going to be a brawl if we do get there. Hopefully we do, but only one way to tell. A break, and afterwards returning with Train.
on the bait will be falling shame. Got the Migos on the bait will be.
A very close Ancient, at least the first 70% of it. After that, Apogee simply make it easy for them. 5 rounds in a row, I believe. They close out their map pick with ease, and now we're moving on to my favorite map, Train. So it should be a blast. I don't know what you think about Train, M&J, but I'm just happy we're going to see it. It's so rare that I get to watch and cast it that, you know, that's already a W for me.
Yeah, I'm a fan, and it's a nice change of scenery, isn't it? I think, you know, the map all has become a little bit stale, and it's always nice to see something new and seeing teams innovate on something new as well. I think Train's undergone enough changes that, yeah, there are still new tricks to learn, and yeah, for these two teams, we might see some special stuff today, but we'll have to wait and see. I think the changes to the map are quite positive ones, and yeah, from the matches that I've seen so far, it's led to some quite exciting Counter-Strike.
For sure, I think the Train meta is ever evolving. I think that's, you know, the map has changed so much in terms of how it gets played once it was added to the competitive map pool. Because, you know, back in the day, back in the CSGO days, this was probably the most CT-sided map out there. And nowadays, honestly, I see it's kind of going 50-50. Tier 1, Tier 3, there's not a big difference. Yeah, CT side just not as strong. If we look at stats, actually 53% win rate here for Aurora on the T side, and for Apogee, for them it is a CD-sided map. So both teams starting on their preferred side here on Train. The pistol run coming up, Klax to deliver the first headshot. Nice flash assist by Norway. Tempo get the refrag, but Klax, man, he was ever present on Ancient, and today just woken up with the desire to kill and convert this one. Patsy will find Demho, leaving it into a 2v4 where the site of B is open. Hypex, I think he's going to arrive in a position where maybe he can catch a headshot. H5 is still dealing with some problems here over towards Ivy. Ooh, nice shot. And yeah, Hypex down. I think that shuts down the round now.
This has been a better stuff for sure here for Aurora, and as you say, I mean, for Heifer, exit frags, I guess the thing is he doesn't actually have anything to save here. He doesn't even have the Kevlar to try and bring into the next round. So
I don't know. Maybe trying to get some cash for the kills. Like, this is a bit questionable decision making, perhaps. It's like you want to, you know, just come on, do something. You know, that meme where you push somebody with the stick. Like that's kind of how it feels in these situations when the player's just like, I'll save. Why? We don't know. But it will be Aurora to get the first round, and you guys can get a skin. We will roll in halftime, something to give back to the community that has supported us so much in this Galaxy Battle Starter. Type in !Galaxy and get a chance, or rather partake in the giveaway. First round converted for Aurora. They will buy up, and Apogee just going for the full USPs. Not a single dollar invested in this round.
Should just be a clean up, and it absolutely is. Yeah, tidy stuff out of Aurora. So far, looking very good. They will now be tested against the buy. They're on a bit of a bonus themselves. 2 Galils, 2 MAC-10s, and that AK coming into this follow-up. Grix has just thrown away a MAC-10, so might actually upgrade into a rifle himself. I don't know. He's not bought anything yet. Yeah, he does. All right, so AK comes out. I do quite like that. You know, Train a map with a lot of longer range angles, and yeah, not just sort of throwing away a bonus round and saying we want to have as much equity in this as we possibly can. Yeah, but super aggro, but Prism's fallen early. Oh, wow. It's a bad start to the buy.
Patsy delivers a huge headshot, and yeah, 2 of these players already down. The A side is simply so difficult to defend as a free cent, and especially when you have timing like that, it seems like it is all over. If Hypex and Demho can piece together another frag, there might be a chance, but this reload is heard. They switch flow. Wow,
oh, no.
Dude. Well, Aurora could not have asked for a better opening here. A better start. They had a great start on Ancient as well. All right, they lost against Pistols and I believe got 4 rounds in a row. So the early starts are not the problem for them. Simply keeping up with the lead, holding on to it is. But this should be a very easy 4th here for Aurora. Kenzie. Yeah.
Stuff.
It certainly is, my friend. Fa is down. Hafa, as you like to say. And this just feels like, you know, a slow unraveling to an inevitable end here. 2 towards B, 2 towards A. Bombs still spawn. Yeah, what do you think about the A site here on Train? Because I feel like it's just so difficult to defend nowadays for the CTs. Like, that's probably why this, you know, turns from a very, very CT-sided map to 50-50, and honestly, I'd say a bit of a T-sided map as of recent.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because they had to make changes to the A site. That was kind of obvious. But just the slightest change in sort of tilting that red train and giving the T's loads of space to entry out, as you say, just made it quite unbalanced, I think, this bomb site in itself. So yeah, it definitely needs some changes. I don't think this is the final form of the map at all. I think we will see some changes perhaps after the major, but I don't know. I still think it's a cool map. I do like it, and as I say, the changes were definitely needed. They're just not quite balanced at the moment. I do think it's really weird as well. They've created this like massive dead space where Old Bomb is, where they've like sort of put that wall in place, and it's just this huge empty space that just goes completely unutilized. That I find quite bizarre as well. But yeah, generally, as I say, changes are positive, but I don't think this is Train's final form. It is kind of interesting that we've seen a couple of Pistol Force buyers out of Apogee so far this map, and they have just completely fallen flat. Whereas on Ancient, we actually saw these Pistol Force buyers have some wheels behind them, right? From both teams, really. We saw aggression and we saw some success.
Yeah, I think, like, Ancient is just such a good map for Apogee that Train might look a bit underwhelming if you watch the first map, but Aurora, I think, are in a pretty, especially now this 4-0 start, are in a pretty good position to convert. Again, when Train first dropped, if you just, you know, took a week out of your schedule to practice it and just picked it, you would just farm wins. Like, it was like a 95% win rate that casted for like a month, different tourneys, different tier of caliber of teams, and all of them who picked Train just insta-converted it. It has gotten better, obviously, as everyone is starting to get used to it, to understand how the meta works. But I still think when you pick Train, like, you're going to have a huge advantage because you've practiced it in your opponent. It's not like Mirage where, you know, you can just jump in and be like, oh, well, here's my default A smoke. That should be good. It's a lot of different metas as well that these teams are trying, you know. We've, especially for the CT setups, I think they're kind of all over the place. They're trying to figure out the best one because it definitely is a hard life to be a CT here. Man, they're just going to walk through the smoke. Oh, getting away. Hypex could have been dead to the rights there, but yeah, site is open. You know, that's the problem with this A site. It's so difficult to rotate in on. You can just drop a smoke connector and Ivy, and that's it. You cannot get on the site anymore. And it's so easy for the T's to just find a CT player holding one of the two only possible spots a CT could be, get the headshot, that's around. It puts so much pressure on individual performance, and I think for CTs, it just feels so overwhelming when, you know, there's 3 guys rushing at you and you got to get 2. If you don't get 2, the rotations are not going to be there, and it's just retake simulator at that point. And oh, hey, yeah, no retake either. They're just trying to save this. Hypex hits a shot, but the second one is too early for him to reload. Aurora with a roaring 5-0 start here.
Yeah, this has looked really, really convincing so far. Now, it's a little too early to call, but it does feel like this theme might continue. Unless Apogee can break this curse. They've called a quick tactical pause, try and talk things over and see what the answer really is. Now, as you say, Train is a map that they don't really play all too much of. It doesn't mean they don't play it at all. We have seen it come out a few times in their recent games. But yeah, it doesn't feel like they're all too happy to be here. Aurora, they played it 25 times over the last 3 months. For Apogee, they're on a 3-loss streak, admittedly against NIP in a static, and one of those games went to overtime. But This is far from a staple of their map pool. They're kind
And
of
I feel
being
like as
schooled on
well,
it
right,
right now.
Yeah, talking about the mental department here. It's like you've converted your map. You don't need to convert train. You're already 5 rounds down. You're like, it can unravel in your head quite quickly, or it's just like, okay, well, it seems we're losing. It seems like we're gonna keep losing because obviously they are better prepared. And I think it's just difficult for Poji to kind of come back mentally here and just go like, no, let's close out 2-0. Let's make the comeback on train. I feel like that safety net of Mirage still being in picture if they lose this is kind of maybe not, pushing them that far. Kind of just going for the defaults, which is fine. I don't blame it. But I think the fighting spirit here is definitely on the side of Aurora right now. They would love to convert this. They've done such a good job coming back from a rather bad start to the Swiss stage. Yesterday beating out Monty quite dominantly. And yeah, again, this is a matchup for the playoffs. So last day of Swiss stage, the winner is on to the playoffs. The loser is out. So it would only be right for it to be 3 maps. Aurora are just getting bullied by 2 players on B. So they choose to go towards A, which again is open, and that's the problem about that A side. It's so difficult to defend. It's only Jacob there. He can rotate so quickly through Pop Dog as well. It's just a nightmare scenario for the CTs right now, as it's Prism and Hypex looking to save the rifles here.
Yeah, we've seen this so many times on Ancient, and that theme continues going into map number 2, but I think for Ancient, there was a lot of these situations that did feel very winnable. There were lots of sort of 4v3s and convertible situations that they didn't play for. The difference here is this one's just impossible. Prism will be able to catch an exit. They're hunting now. That don't have tons of money, to be honest, on this T side, but they've got enough. Oh, yeah, well, now they have tons of money. Yeah, they've got more than enough that they're kind of happy to press for these extra kills. And it does sort of cost them. Hypex manages to find one more at the end there. That's the AWP that now needs to be reinvested. At this point, I don't think Aurora care all too much. They're looking so comfortable on their map pick. And this is the side that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, again, I don't blame them too much for Ancient. Like, sure, you could, point your finger and say that round was bad, this was bad, but ultimately I think they gave a fair fight. I think Apogee are just so good on Ancient right now, right? Like, winning OG as well for the PGL Bucharest qualifiers, where OG's Ancient is looking great, Like, I think Ancient goes the way it should. I think Train will also follow the same suit. And what I love about this matchup is last up we have Mirage, which is... I love Mirage finishers, to be honest. I think it's a great best-of-3 kind of last map. And both these teams have the same win rate. Aurora has played it twice the amount, but both 62%. So I am kind of just looking forward towards towards Mirage. Talking about Train, not too much to say, I can feel both of us just kind of talking around, not exactly the action in the round, that it's just Aurora kind of playing slow, they find a kill or two, bomb down, and it's a save. Well, case in point, Demho needs a double, taken down, that's going to be the plant, and that's a save. There you go, easy cast today, MJ.
Yeah, again, just a breeze right through. It's another Apogee buy round that falls on deaf ears. I think the most concerning thing is like Jacob, for example, who's one of the harder hitters on this team. Hasn't found a kill yet. He's 0-6.
You get stuck on a wall there. That's not a good sign, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Jacob, we mentioned some of the, for example, Hypex, being a very good as of recent, good upper, but I think Jacob is the highest rated player on the team, I believe. Oh, what a... Whoa. Heffa will go down, and Jacob as well. Yeah, certainly Apogee needs some of these players to step up individually. Jacob, no more Agent 007, has picked up a kill, but when you have players on 1 kill and your highest performers with 3, that is kind of good. That kind of says it. With Wander was zooming in there. Just need to step up that individual performance. I don't know, but okay, let's figure this one out. If they get 3 rounds and the pistol, I think just the addition of having AKs, because a lot of these times, like, they kind of get the dink with the M4. It's just way better to play with the AK. There is a world if Jacob can wake up and shut down 2, some extra damage, and seems like Apogee have found themselves in a great position to convert the first round. Heffa has actually gone down. The low HP of Klax should be an easy convert. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hypex, gotta be careful there. They're trying to run him down. There's a double sandwich setup. This is chaos, but Patsy still reigns supreme, and Klax finds another Demho with the refrag. But that had to be Apogee's round, a fumble that they can still recover. There's a bomb drop as well, and Grix is looking for this pick. It's the op versus the op. Timing favors Patsy, leaving Demho in a 1v2, and he's nowhere close to the bomb site. He's gonna have the longest rotation possible again.
They're just going to go B as well to add insult to injury. Rub salt in this wound. Demo's not even going to hear it for a little while. Honestly, unforgivable here for Apogee. This was a round that was teed up for them perfectly. Felt like it would go their way without any problems, and instead, it has all fallen apart at the seams. And I just don't know. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know why the AWP on Hypex is pressuring the way that it is. They've got the advantage. Yeah. They can just reel it in a little bit. And instead, they're so persistently aggressive.
I think
they
just don't know, you know, they haven't found their stride on Train, and so they're trying different things because, you know, what they're doing is not working, then they change something up, it's still not working, so maybe that's why we see some kind of weird calls, because it's like something has to work. It's almost just like, you know, playtesting this as it goes, bit of workshopping in the middle of a best of 3 that's, you know, for the advancement to playoffs. Yeah, certainly not the map that Apogee wanted to play. I think this was a great pick by Aurora. We don't see this as their first pick all that often. We normally, I think, see them picking Mirage because they are quite good on it. But yeah, Apogee banned, I believe, Inferno was their first ban. So one map played, I mean, this is a perma ban, but Train needs to be fixed. You know, they're just getting abused at this point, and Aurora, as good as they're looking on their map pick, like, I'd say they're playing like a above average game. I just feel like Apogee are kind of lost, just at loss of what to do here. Demho, close range. We'll get the one, needs a double, but again, it's the refrag and sights open. Like, all of these rounds pretty much have been like this, where you just kill one, you get the second, bomb down, and again, well, what can you do? Try to kill someone with the M4, perhaps. Jacob will get some damage in. Deagle could punish here. Norvi and Grix are low. Still no bomb planned. Grix holding the long-range angle. Hypex trying to find the headshot, but now they know where both of these players are. They're looking to just go back to A. That's the perfect call, man. Aurora, I think, have found the 9th here. Oh.
Yeah, it just feels cruel. And honestly, you get to a point where, you know, we've seen save after save. Jacob knows that this one's kind of near impossible, but still sticks around. Sees if he can do any kind of extra damage. Just add a couple more kills to that tally. They're already just looking at that third map and saying, yeah, Mirage is where we've got to get this done. We are not even close to par here on Train. And they haven't been given all too many opportunities, but the ones that they have, they've still fumbled. It'll be 9-0. Yeah, of course, it's another buy out of Apogee, but flawless streak.
I'm so far 4 for 4. So when I cast with Max, every time it's like a 7-0, 8-0, I used to say like, we have not seen a 13-0 yet, guys. And I kid you not, all 4 times the team converts. Yeah, every single time it's like the team that is on 0 round just somehow find a round. So I want to keep testing this theory, man. You know, I'm sorry, sorry, Aurora, but I can't believe this is a true stat. It's literally 4 out of 4, which to me seems just mathematically such an improbability. But hey, we'll see. Maybe it is not going to be double digits for Aurora here just yet. Heffa is going to catch a nasty nade, but Kenzie's on 6. I think has went through his head. This is certainly a slower round from Aurora. Bombs still spawn. Maybe waiting for Apogee to push up, but at this point they're just kind of staying, you know, as movable as possible. Some util starts to rain in. That smoke will delay the push as well. think it will be a bit of a chaotic end here, as they're looking to go towards Ivy. That is not exactly a position that it's easy to take the A side from. You need some help from Pop Dog and main. 3 towards Ivy, 40 seconds left on the round. That's an interesting call, MJ. I don't have any other way how to call it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're even sort of taking this approach with how dominant they've been. You'd expect them to just sort of run it down, but 25 seconds, putting a lot of time pressure on themselves. I don't think they will clear that deep angle, but first teed up nicely. Klax is there. Prism's trade is short-lived as he's wiped out pretty instantly too. Jacob around this smoke should have an easy one onto the bomb planter. Patsy will follow up. But yeah, time. It costs them completely.
Oh!
Oh no, Hypex! Oh, he's died afterwards. Oh my god. Oh, it's such a mess, Aurora. How do they win that round?
I was ready, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That is so crazy. There was no time. I mean, decision making here is weird, right? Because the Hypex is also stuck on the side, so he can't get away. He needs this frag, but I don't know. Once look at the clock, right? That was down to the millisecond, dude, and that's just crushing. That's soul crushing for a Poji. That should have been the round.
At the end of the day, I think they know that this map's lost anyway. I think they know that this map's lost anyway. But the fact that Hypex has, landed that no scope, which feels like that one lifeline. Yeah, the second he hits that no scope, it's like, right, finally we win a round. It's a little bit lucky, but we'll take it. And then just can't escape. Absolutely gross scenes here on Train, but yeah, Aurora definitely teed up for perhaps a 12-0 half. We'll see. You're talking about it never goes the way of the 13-0. Oh, hang on a minute. Heifer's doing big work. But yeah, those pistol rounds kind of always end up being a bit of a 50-50, especially with Apogee being on that T side. Nothing to lose. T side pistol, you just run it down with the Glocks. I feel like you often have a fair bit of success, but I don't know. Maybe it's round number 11 where Apogee can bite back. For me, at this point,
I feel like I think this is still going to be a pretty competitive round. I don't know. I just feel like with everything that's going on for Apogee, like this, it's just difficult for them to convert these advantages.
I'm with you, but no doubt they have a big advantage here. And to be honest, at this point, I think you sort of chalk up the map a little bit. You look forward to Mirage, and it does just become about trying to build up that confidence a little bit. Try and take a share of rounds, whether it be sort of 2 here in the first half and maybe a few more in that second, just to get that confidence going again, that little taste of victory before going into that third decider map. The last thing you want is to get 13-0 to 13-1 or something like that, and then going into that third map and you're just demoralized and you've sort of forgotten how to shoot back a little bit in the last 20-30 minutes.
Well, they got their pride back. First round is converted. A flawless one at that as well. All 5 players remain alive from the set of Poji, so that's an interesting statistic. Oh, that would have been nasty, but there's nobody there. Aurora waited out, and now they explode. Kenzie, there's no more waiting around. When you can do this, when you can just push on the site, why would you play slow? FI is actually in a good position to catch 2. That is huge. Great damage last round as well. He's eager for more, but being held down at this point. Oh, this is messy.
Wow.
Heffa gets it. And now Norway has the bomb, and the smoke is obscuring the vision here. He can just go connector to B, and that is going to be the, I think, smarter choice to make here. So, heading towards B, the first point of contact would be Demho, and he's already actually rotating over. We'll see if Norway is aware of this positioning. Yeah, good plant. Demho can't deny it, but timing is king for Demho. G. 2 rounds now. That was a long defuse as well. Don't have a Haddock yet, never mind.
Bizarre.
All right,
it's actually all off of the back of Heifer there as well. In those final 2 rounds, it's him to find those multi-kills and get it done. This was huge from him. He's done great work. I mean, as I say, 2 rounds is absolutely nothing to brag about. They're miles away from the mark, but yeah, it might build up a little bit of confidence for them. It does just sort of surprise me in those final few rounds there for Aurora that they play it as slow as they do, when you just sort of get this reminder in the final round there of, their ability to just run it down and win all of those entry duels. even though the round doesn't go their way, it really felt like it should have. We will get this case roll at the halfway point again. See if we get some lucky victors. Maybe we'll see a big skin. I'm yet to see a big one. You know, everyone I've worked with has said, oh, yeah, we've seen a couple of big ones. I'm yet to see a big one. Maybe now's the time. No, Melodrama. Still pretty cool. Cool Julies to be winning. Congrats. Swagger 44.
Yeah, I think it's like some of the casters are just way more lucky. Like as in, I casted with Sir Danny. He on the first time he arrived, he was just like kind of clueless, you know, like what is this case? Like what's happening? And then just randomly there was like almost a knife. Then next up he got like a red. Well, what we got it, but yeah, the cast that I had with Sir Danny was just insane luck. Seems like you're on the worst side of it, my friend. Maybe not the skin talisman that Danny is, but I think we still have plenty left for today to maybe change that a bit. And you know, Apogee has plenty left to try and make this comeback. Maybe plenty is not the correct word to use here, but yeah, this round they need it. It's Kenzie with not good aim, but it's Jacob to show how it's done. Double headshot delivered. Making Aurora kind of scramble for answers here. There's a backstab coming in from Klax, I believe. That has to be the one that changes everything, but nice dink on him. He has to get away. And Apogee not committing just yet. Minute left to go, and then they can explore either site. For now, seems like a lot of pressure put towards B, which would be the correct call. Prism, though, well, he can try to clear out A. That's going to keep those players guessing themselves as they try to rotate over towards Ivy. It's the bomb planted. And what to me seems like the round, M&J.
Patsy does see the shadow. It's a nice shot. Hang on a minute. Perhaps the round not chalked up just yet. Demho takes the contact. Okay, that kill, a very important one. Patsy, oh my god, how does he win that fight? Close range with the USP as well. He will just dart straight for the bomb. It's planted open enough that this shouldn't cause any problems for Demho, but he's worried that Patsy's got a kit. So he will just charge it. Yeah, as soon as you realise Patsy's off the bomb, that's it. Round one here for Apogee. Patsy's done a good job at finding a couple of heads, but it will end at 3 as Apogee take that third round. And yeah, I don't know if we can call Danny a skin talisman. He's one of those guys that like, and now he's sat on a gold mine, right? But he's one of those guys that like never sells his cases. So he doesn't really have any skins. But he has, like, all of his cases going back all of the years, right? So some of those, like, breakout cases and stuff that are, like, super expensive now, he's just got, like, loads of them. He actually has cases in his inventory from before, like, his 2015 Pick'em medals and stuff. So he's got cases that have been sat in his inventory for 10 years, which is crazy. I don't have the discipline.
Yeah, me neither, bro. Like, I get that drop, I'm insta-selling it, I'm buying some RMR sticker capsule, I'm getting a 3-cent sticker and going,
Yep.
oh man, yeah, next time, I'll be smarter about it. I don't know, I have a friend like that as well. He has like all the, what was it, Operation Broken Fang items. He just, you know, he invested something, bought something, and now is obviously the stocks have gone up. And then there's me just looking for that new shiny item, switching knives every single week. And Apogee trying to switch the pace of the game here, trying to get themselves in the lead. Prism with the headshot, a 2v3. Bombs will spawn, and that should shut it down. A clean round by Apogee. They'll recover. This is a force as well, so we're getting a bit closer, my friend. I don't want to talk about anything starting with a C just yet. I need some more rounds to be convinced, but we've seen these really quickly unravel and get out of hand.
Yeah, to be honest, it's kind of MR12 for you, right? That's what happens sometimes. It's very easy to lose control of a game that was once in the palm of your hands. I think I haven't seen too many 10-0 fumbles, I'll be honest. But yeah, there's definitely something here. And as we go deeper into the game, Apogee, even though they're at a 6-round deficit, when you break it into buy rounds, it does feel like it'll only be 3, maybe 4. And that really does feel recoverable.
Sure, I think, yeah, that first buy round is gonna be a big statement from either team of how this game is going to end. This one, though, well, time for you viewers, go grab some snacks, take a chill pill, just wait it out a little bit. Nothing should come of it. Again, today has been good. Today I have not been like malding once, but there have been best of threes in Galaxy Battle where like in a single map 5 rounds like this, and I mean literally 5 rounds with just Deagles get converted, like back to back to back. There was right at the start of Galaxy Battle, there was I believe a Dust game where it was an eco, then the other team low economy, they have to go eco, and that was like back to back to back, like 5 or 6 rounds. I wanted to make a YouTube video on it. It was so insanely bad from both sides. But yeah, this one is cleaned up even with the initial frag on Jacob. Apogee make light work of it. 5 to 10 it will be, and now we arrive at the coveted rifle round here.
Well, sort of been anticipated, and yeah, I guess Aurora don't disappoint in terms of the weaponry that they have in hand for it. It's 4M4s, it's that AWP. They have played quite disciplined. You see a lot of teams get itchy fingers in some of those prior rounds and invest that little too deep. And then when it comes to this full buy, someone's on a FAMAS, or you don't have enough money for the AWP, or the util's lacking. But it does feel like they've got all the bells and whistles here. Even a couple of players with the helmet, somewhat unnecessary, but Prism's FAMAS could cause problems. Heifer's AK instead will do exactly that. Strips the head of Grix and gives them that early man advantage. 6 rounds right on the horizon. And they know that if they win this one, they'll be teed up for a comfortable 7th as well. So this really has some weight behind it.
Interesting reposition from Norway, because it's the worst possible time to do it, because he would have at least had a spot and chance to get a frag, but it's just Jacob. He has really activated heading into this game, into the second half. Obviously, it has been a team effort for sure, everyone pretty much on similar kills. For Aurora though, I feel like the player that they're lacking the most is Grix, right? Like, this is day and night compared to what I saw yesterday, and just in general, Grix is like 1.09 HLTV rating, I believe, just a very, very solid player, and I think that is kind of the answer here that Aurora need if they want to close out. Just a Grix round, just like a 3-piece with the op, that should do it. He's on 6 and 10. Ancient was like below 10, sub 10 game as well, I believe. Yeah, has not exactly woken up. Maybe, yeah, yesterday was Friday, that's also a thing. Sometimes I cast to do with it, I think, Metasport Academy, that's a thing. Yeah, I was, getting ready for the game, and the chat, and something in the chat was like, this player or that player, had a banger night yesterday, so they have a big hangover, so, not going to be expecting a lot. And they just dropped like a 35 bomb or something. It was crazy. I was just like, okay. I don't know, yeah, yesterday was Friday, my friend. I got a little bit rowdy as well, so I'm kind of operating at, I'd say, 85% of my max brain capacity right now, but it's cool. Might be a same problem for Grix. I don't know if he is of legal drinking age. Now, obviously, he is Belarusian, so the legal drinking age there doesn't really matter what age he is.
6. Yeah.
Yeah. 19. Yeah, he is.
He's alright. Yeah, he's chilling. Well, speculation aside, we're getting deeper into this map somehow. I thought, it wasn't so long ago that we were entertaining the idea of this being a 13-0, and now it's actually a close affair. Apogee.
6 rounds in a row.
Yeah. It feels like it's just so easy to sort of get that momentum, get that traction here on the T side.
Mm-hmm.
They've done so well.
Well, this would require a FaZe Liquid-esque comeback. 10-round lead, now shortening the gap to just 4. And another big rifle round coming in, right? This is throwing everything that you have at this round, hoping that you can convert. It's again going to be the B hit. Apogee has really favored them, and there you go. Grix is on the server. He has activated, but needs another with the bomb plant going down. Flax's position is overlooked. It's a great frag found. And this B side historically very easy to retake. Demho gets a frag though, taken down by Klax, and they're still, whoa, they're not watching for the backstab anymore. Patsy should seal the deal here. Oh, I was a little bit too close to my likings. Just Prism in an unwinnable scenario. And there you go. All we needed was a Griggs double. Klax does a good work as well. And Aurora, albeit with some struggle, some tussle, they've found the 11th, at which point it just seems like all you really need is a gimmick round, right? And when you have that map point locked in, like, I think if this goes to overtime, Aurora still win. So you have pretty much 6 chances to put that map point on the board, one step closer to Mirage, and one step closer, that would be to the playoffs. As again, for everyone just tuning in, this is the 12th day of Galaxy Battle, Swiss stage, around 5, do or die for both of these teams.
Certainly is. Things heating up here on Train. And whilst Apogee, you know, they're not going to be happy about the fact that they lost that last round, I do feel like they've taken enough here so far to still feel semi-confident. They left themselves a little margin for error. It's not like they started to come back when they were 12 rounds down. And they do still have money in the bank as well. So an opportunity here. Jacob's got the right idea. There is one aggressive there in main. That will be confirmed by the spams through the smoke.
Yeah, slower scenes here. Train kind of is one of those maps where nothing happens. You just slowly try to take map control and then, alright, let's push. It's 10 seconds of action and that's where it ends. Kind of resembles Inferno in that sense. So as we move on to 45, some 50 seconds, it's the call towards Ivy. This is something that I don't see working out too much. Patsy is going to swing, deliver too. Hypex with a good refrag, but he's on low HP. The op is the best weapon to have. Needs to hit a shot. The bomb was confirmed as well, and I think Patsy just wants to go for it. You know, he's feeling himself. He knows he's up against the op, so a swing, nicely timed, will shut it down, unless... Oh, no. Grix. Yeah, slow game for sure, but when he activates, you know, the whole team works in cohesion. Patsy, the in-game leader, is just balling out, dude. 22 kills and 11 deaths, and that's a great recovery. Yesterday's game, even though they won 2-0 against Monty, he was looking kind of, you know, wear down, maybe not playing as good as he should, so they're gonna make it 23 now. Lock in that map point.
Well, round number 19, and honestly, as I say, Apogee before really found themselves in this position where they just needed to take a share of rounds here. I think there was a moment when it was 10-6, had they have converted, gone 10-7, and sort of broke that CT economy, that maybe there was still a conversation to be had about this game. But I think the most important thing is purely just the fact that they've taken a chunk of rounds. They can go into Mirage with their head held high and perhaps give us something for the last hurrah with the pistols, and Patsy will be the bearer of bad news.
Well, not so bad right now, as they've taken site. Great refrags come through, and Norby is shut out of the site. The 1v3 required, and he's just gonna go for... Still lingers around, catches one, saw the other player as well. Hypex... Oh, yeah, no need to peek there, buddy. Molly will be laid down. That will expose Jacob's position. He knows where both of them are. Norby finds another. Hypex has arrived on a great timing, though. Norby, he's not going to be expecting. He just... Yeah, this is a beautiful play from Hypex, man. This just got mollied. Great reposition. A very cerebral play there. Will put the 7th on the board for Apogee. Man, what a recovery there. You know, the Aurora had all the bells and whistles going in their favor, but... could not convert. Great attempt by Norby, but yeah, this relocation, I love this relocation. That is so smart. It was just mollied.
Yeah, it's a very, very good round.
Almost goes south though. Hypex kind of saves the day there.
Kind of gives them an opportunity for more here as well. Aurora, I like the fact they've not fully invested into this. They've still got that 5-round gap, so yeah, they don't need to kind of desperately throw themselves at it to close it just yet. But Grix on that AWP, the rest on the MP9s and the pistols, and, well, see what Prism can get out of this. Mac 10 ready. Kenzie's getting quite aggressive.
Oh, alright, Grix and Kenzie get the frags. It's a 3v4, but yeah, there you go. This was about to happen any round. That previous one, maybe a bit of a fumble, but ultimately still making it work. Wait, is Patsy not the in-game leader? I think I might be switching something up.
Yeah, Norway's
either way.
actually yelling. Norway's,
All right,
Norway's
well.
the in-game leader.
You live and you learn. That's a good shout. Thank you, chat. Will be 30-7 for Aurora. As Train is certainly something that they feel a lot more comfortable on. Almost a 13-0. I say almost was a 10-0 start, but 6 rounds in a row, 7 almost for Apogee. But it will be Patsy, obviously the in-game leader, as I should say, who is going to get the 25 bomb. Norvi, he's the in-game leader, leading the charge with 14. And 114 ADR is just nasty. That is so difficult to deal with. He was a menace on the server. Well-deserved. Approaching 25 and, what was it, 20 rounds played as well is just insane performance. Performance secures the win, so Mirage will be up next, and that should be a brawl. You know, we haven't really had these like 10 double-digit maps for both teams, so I think Mirage might be where that happens. Everything at stake, lose or go to the playoffs. 62% win rate for both teams. I think Mirage will be the best map of the series just yet. We'll have to wait and see, though, going on a 15-minute break. Easy win for the side of Apogee on Ancient, their map pick, but it seemed even more easy for Aurora on respectively their map pick Train. Now these teams have traded maps, and let's see how it goes. We are arriving on Mirage, and this should be bang right down the middle. 62% win rate for both. And yeah, I do love the addition of the face cams. This is something we got added yesterday, and I think it just adds a more in-depth perspective. We saw maybe some moments where players are not too happy with some things happening. Calling this face cam may be going a long way. Hand cam perhaps. Sometimes we see a forehead cam as well. But yeah, let's talk about Mirage.
I liked Norby's makeup table behind him as well. Always got to look good, right? On cam.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see it again.
Mirage.
But yeah, I actually think I really like sort of the addition of face cams, especially when it's on the HUD. You just sort of see the frustration sometimes set in when clutches are lost and whatnot. You can generally see the attitude. There was a game I covered recently. I believe it was Gun 5, and it was kind of interesting. We had an interview afterwards as well, and we asked Tanir about it a little bit more as to sort of how the vibes were and how people were feeling. That you could actually see, like, round after round when they were losing on camera, they were like so tilted. It was so it was so sort of obvious. And yeah, I think that's always like a bit of interesting insight for us as casters and for the viewers and all of that as well. But as a player, I think it does also add a little bit of pressure on you sometimes when the cam's on. So yeah, it's
that's true. Yeah.
Interesting development. I don't know, I'm just sort of going off of... I think these guys are so used to it that maybe it's not so much of a problem. I'm sort of going off of, like, I've had a couple of tournaments that I've played and you've had webcams on, and I really don't like it. It really, like, makes me, like, scared if I, like, scratch my nose or something. That's someone that's on camera all the time as well, by the way. So, yeah, I don't know. Sort of adds, like, extra stress.
Weird at first, and then you're like, 10th time, no, it's fine, just face cam, whatever.
I guess.
But yeah, maybe if you're doing it for one of the first few times, which honestly, Apogee, I don't know how many tournaments they've played in where face cams are needed. They are kind of a breakout team as of recent, certainly a newer roster put together. Maybe it does add extra pressure, but they're not letting
They've
it
played
show.
enough CCTs and things like that, and yeah, they have to have it all in there. So yeah, I think they're kind of used to it by now. But run away with this pistol round here on the third and final map. Demo and Prism with Julies. We've seen how powerful they can be. Let's see if they can have an impact here.
I just think the Glocks are so much better in these pistol rounds. Like, I don't know about you, MJ, but I hate having to play with USP, and the Glock is just a beautiful weapon, man. It was masterfully crafted to just run and gun. It almost feels like an SMG, like if you click fast enough. Accuracy is great when jumping as well. And yeah, there's the mid take, some long range angles, perhaps for the Glocks. The USPs do hold an advantage if Haffa can just get the opening frag. The dualies actually don't deliver, but Jacob will get the refrag. Haffa, oh, that's an adjustment. That is a huge two-piece from Haffa. Jacob sprinkles one in as well. And Apogee off to a flying start for this Mirage.
All right, well, yeah, I'm with you. I really, really do favour the Glocks in any pistol round. If I get the opportunity to switch out, then I absolutely do. And straight in with round number 2, Apogee.
The Force.
Yeah, with a good buy, but yeah, we do see that Aurora Force. It's kind of interesting considering they got nothing out of the pistol round.
Very interesting, especially with Grix's form in this best of 3. I feel like, that scout, maybe he's going to be locked in for Mirage. I think Mirage is one of Grix's best maps from what I've seen so far. But we have seen this go wrong a couple of times, the Tech 9s. It was, I believe, Apogee, the ones to convert in a Tech 9 round on Ancient. Now it would be the perfect time to, make them understand how it feels. Slow round at that, you'd maybe expect a bit of a quicker pace here given the buy, but for now I guess waiting. Maybe Apogee want to get over aggressive, make a mistake here or there, but they're just going to kind of hold the default positions. Quite aggressive towards mid as the util now starts to rain in. That smoke is missed. That's gonna be a problem. Connector is not smoked, and so Jacob, oh damn, that single smoke miss is just puts an end to this round, doesn't it? 3v5, low HP, Henzy taken down, and Patsy only good for 1. So it's Grix with the scout. The 1v4 scout clutch is something I have not seen in my life just yet. There's always time for the first. Yay. Flash, they're all gonna run him down. Not even a tag comes through. Yeah, you can see a bit of frustration from Grix. Normally he's a very level-headed player. I mean, I am kind of reading into it, you know, he literally just kind of looks around, but I think when you're having 2 bad maps in a row and the third one maybe doesn't come off to a flying start either, like that just weighs on your mental. I think it'll take a lot of effort from Grix to just kind of get in the flow of things here.
Well, a comfortable 2-0 start, and Aurora are now forced right down to just the pistols. HG deep into mid. No, he eats that.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's kind of sort of taken aback by it, right? Kenzie does return the favour with a Tech 9 headshot, but you don't expect all too much out of this round. Utah's going to continue to bombard them. There you go. Smoke goes down. That'll impede their progress here towards B apartments. And they'll just be sat, scratching their heads. Minute to kill.
I feel like they are
Kenton's
kind
making a lot
of
of noise.
a bit tilted just from what we see in the face cams, and you know that's a bit weird given how Train went. The opening frag has been found. Jacob actually goes down as well. This would be a pretty unlikely round to convert, but they've at least picked up the M4. 2 towards B. Poji, they have the read. There's a double. So where they don't. Oh my damn ho! Horrible timing. The Gleagle almost finishes things off, but no, it's Prism to deliver 2, and again that's the round. So far looking clean. Bomb converted, dropped. Needs a frag. Kenzie gets it. Needs a double. Can't get it. It's just Clax. At least, you know, the sunny side of things here is that you get to buy in the next round, but this one is shut down. 3 on the other side. Not extra damage. This, damn, Apoge's economy as well is just really starting to build up here.
Yeah, it is, and this is kind of a problem, right? Obviously, taking a little early round lead, that's absolutely fine, but I think the real issue for Aurora is just not doing all too much damage. Demo hasn't died yet. Everyone other than Heifer has only died once. It does mean that money just starts to build up, and they come into a full buy round with a cushion behind them as well, if needs be. It's not money for days, but it's enough to feel confident.
Yeah, I feel like they need to bounce back in the game. Just from what we've seen individually from some of these players, like the slight frustration. Like, you want to be able to make the closer game quickly. Hypix, though, is going to deliver an op shot. Would go a long way. The bomb is towards Tetris as well, kind of isolated here, so it is crucial that Grix gets away here. That bomb going down would spell the end of this round. Instead, it will be the reroute towards B. I do like what Kenzie is doing towards mid. He's kind of just gathering some info, hearing maybe rotations, you know, giving in an ear, but rotating back towards B. Good call. Actually, great call. Poji not expecting rotations to be there so quickly, so it will have to be Prism. He had an amazing Ancient, an alright Train, and now a double here would be great. If he can just get one and confirm some information, but unfortunately rotations are so far away. Prism, big engagement coming through, very default position. Let's see if he gets cleared. This does kind of come down to timing. Prism needs a double dink. Full HPs on everyone as they slowly try to walk in. It's a dink, but cannot get the double. Ooh, Hypix though is gonna connect the headshot, and bomb to be planted. Hypix wants to get aggressive, deny the plant, and it is the correct decision, albeit the bomb still goes down. It's Kenzie with the headshot, left in a 1v2, and Jacob will finish him off. So Aurora, it looked like a round that they should win, but just the proactivity of Hypix there And nobody really holding window. Like, I think that's a bit of an oversight from the Forest player. Will mean that Apogee have found the 4th and put a really bad spell on Aurora's economy.
Yeah, again, that one sort of comes that little bit closer, but you'd expect it to. It's the Aurora buy round. With the bomb plant, they will go for another investment. That's as expected, but this one certainly doesn't have the same kind of weight behind it. They're lacking a couple of contingencies. Norway and Clax both on those Galils. No AWP. The util is there. It's slightly lacking on Grix and Patsy, but it should be sufficient. But an interesting approach. You sort of expect with a buy like this for them to maybe group up and go for something a little more tradey and aggressive. Instead, they are trying to still go for this split. It's not going to go well for them so far. Kenzie's been dropped by Jacob, getting aggressive there and under.
I feel like confidence has been a huge thing for both these teams throughout this matchup. You know, Aurora just looked like, you know, you can tell when somebody plays with confidence. Like, they're taking risks, but they can also, you know, back them up. Here it's just Aurora kind of W keying in. Sure, it's nice util laid down and everything, but just kind of feels like Poji should still make this a very good half for them. This round, though, is going to be the first to go towards Aurora. So it is a great recovery. You know, you're like 3-0, find 4, find 5. It starts to get real iffy, and especially if your head is not in the right space, like it can get out of hand. So 2v4, Demho and Prism to save the rifles. Actually, next round would be a huge for Aurora convert, because after that, up against a low buy. Ace side take, just some quick headshots. Feel like that might be what they revert back to. You know, we've seen Aurora actually play really good on Mirage. It's normally their pick as well, or quite often at least. Ooh, that is really bad timing. Demho will go down, so make the economy even worse.
Okay, well, actually manages to work in their favour. Quite surprising, as I say, considering they took that early deficit. It felt quite well read by Apogee, but we were bigging up their economy, talking about how well they've done to keep players alive and keep money in the bank. It's actually depleted quite quickly, but they manage it well again. Rather than going for what you'd expect to be a buy here, especially with that save DK on Prism, kind of go for the half investment into it. I'll have a proper buy into the next, and okay, it might give Aurora an opportunity to take a second, but they can then try and plug the bleeding before things tie up.
Yeah, this is, I think, the right call to make. The stack, though, is, well, there's no stack. They're heading towards B now off of very little information, kind of again going for the gamble. Aurora are kind of setting up to at least explore towards mid. That smoke towards ladder is placed down. Patsy could be a menace, though. If he finds an opening here towards connector, or if Kenzie finds one, they can just might as well go back. This gets really weird. Oh, Hefa is going to make the noise, so a lot of information for Kenzie. He wants to pursue this. It's normally to actually get the frag, and they still got to get through this, chew through this side defense. Boost from Hypex, but surely... Yeah, oh, they're checking everything, man. Aurora.
Wow.
It's a good recovery. 5 players alive, total, what, 84, no, 24 damage dealt in the round. Demho, maybe an AK and getaway plan. Fuck, so look at this, dude. That's insane.
Wow. That is actually such a gross read, even just on like a very micro level there from Clax to change his elevation, expect the P250 to be in the corner. It is like a fairly common position to be playing for an exit frag, so, you know, he's not invented the wheel, but yeah, it's really nice damage control there from Aurora and just making sure that, yeah, nobody getting caught out there as they escape the site. Good work being done. So, 4-2. As I say, though, Apogee right back in with the buy. Hypex, brilliant movement to get onto short. But not brilliant aim, as he'll miss the shot. Has to back up. Aurora will take the mid control.
Yeah, this would be a crucial round for Aurora really to convert, to get back in the game. That lower buy in the previous means that this is still the rifle round where a lot will be decided. The rotation is going back towards A. Actually, all 5 are... this is just going to be the explode on A side. And honestly, I don't like Apogee's positioning, right? Under Palace going to be mollied out. At that point, Jacob, you know, he's just waiting for him to kind of just run out as a chicken to be shot. And then Heffa is on site. But there's no connector presence. These 2 players have to do it. This has to be really good aim. The setup is somewhat there as Util now starts to rein in. Jacob is repositioned up to hold Palace. Molly will delay things a little bit, but rotation's still so far away, and Klax gets the first. I think that's the round, unless Heffa can get a double. Triple needed here to hold down the site, and Heffa delivers on all possible angles. 3 kills found. This is a 2v3 now. They've gotten the side, but at what cost? Rotations have come in. It's a nice wall bang. Norway has to be careful. Might be overwhelmed. Hits the headshot. Not aware of Demho's positioning. Leaving Grix in a 1v2. He knows where both players are. Picks up the AWP. 15 seconds to go. Switches out to the AK. Needs the shots and can't connect. Mr. Heffa. Certainly the MVP of the round. 3 insane frags just dangling around those angles. Will avoid disaster here for Apogee's economy. Look at this, man.
Heffa's been doing God's work, hasn't he, throughout this series. He had some monster rounds there towards the tail end of that first half on Train to keep them relevant. He had some monster rounds over on Ancient at the start of this one as well. Just single-handedly taking that round by the reins.
Yeah, and I mean, he's not exactly the usual suspect, you know, like, he's alright, he has 1.01 rating, but just the way he's been playing this series, like, I feel like he needs to be the MVP of the whole best of 3. This is not the first time where he delivers huge impact to, you know, help Apogee do what they can. And that round is just so impactful as well, if you look at the you know, macro thing of the economy. Prism, well, that's another player that has really been showing up. Fragging in-game leader is a blessing, and when Hypex is there, just everyone able to hit their shots. Aurora do look a little bit flat heading into this Mirage, unless Grix is able to deliver another 2v5 as we've seen from yesterday, and then this should be the halfway point for Apogee. Grix won't get swinged. Spots it. He has the bomb though, so kind of has to remain alive here, or just go back. That would be the better call, especially given the economy. Actually, Klax is arriving towards mid, and there's only a single player on A. Like, there is a world where Jacob goes down and the site is free, but this angle is very strong and just a pesky one to deal with.
Klax.
Okay.
Wow, alright.
Bomb
Seems
though.
like this will be short-lived. I mean, the bomb's down. There's not a whole lot you can do about this at all. It'll be a 6th round, but snappy shot. Just a little reminder of the threat that he poses. But hasn't really been able to pose so far here in the map. Remember, guys, got to get that exclamation mark Galaxy in as we draw closer to the end of the first half. If you do want to be entered into that giveaway when we roll the dice at the halfway point.
Yep. Get yourself a free skin. Already some alright ones confirmed, like nice looking ones, but not exactly expensive. So, yeah, obviously everyone wants to make some free money, and one of you will. And good luck with that. That will be in around 4 rounds. For now, we still got to get through the first half, and Aurora got to find a way how to get another, but this is just beautiful mid-presence from the side of Apogee. The Molly pours them out. Norway at least gets a refrag. Molly now on Kenzie as well. So much util from Apogee to keep Aurora at bay here. Oh, and that's Jacob. Damn. Kenzie had 0 chance in that gun duel. Looking for the double. Can't convert. Patsy, the hero of Train. We need him to perform a little bit better. Grix is nowhere really to be seen either. I feel like just individually Aurora's not playing as they normally are. 3v3, they pick up the bomb and they choose to go towards B, which again, I feel like a lot of the times Aurora kind of have the correct reads, like last round going towards A, but it kind of just goes wrong. Like one mistake and it's over. So still a good read to kind of reapproach mid here. And we'll be given that luxury.
Demo. Ooh. Contact. Bit of damage. Staying alive's the most important thing, though, and he's just chipping away at them further. Even though this is still a 3v3, he's doing great work to just buy time for his teammates to come and provide that support, and he might not even need it. Tees up the second, runs out of bullets, oh no. Klax, Norway, clawing this back. Orbs missed on Hypex. He jumps into the action with seconds to spare. Knows all he needs to do is deny this plant. He's done it, but on the wrong angle. And my god, Klax runs that down to the wire. But they'll take a third.
Yeah, that kind of reminded me of that round number 10 on Train, right? Where just time is so low, you just have to hide and can't do it. And there's going to be, again, the team low on time. Finding enough of it to get the frag. 6-3, Aurora really needed this round, you know. This started to look like a blowout. 7-2 is kind of where you're checking out, you know, tuning in after 15 minutes to see if the game is any closer. Here, this can still be a salvageable half for Aurora here. We look at their... Well, let's look at Klax first. He's going to shut down one, but only one. Actually, the pistol is now able to pick up the AK. Problem really is that the attack is going towards B, and it's just Demho with a P250. Seems unwinnable. Maybe if he can get a frag, but this is such a common angle that, yeah, he needs to get active here, and they're just not clearing him. He still does not get the frag, and Grix delivers the finishing shot. Apogei's economy was not looking good, even with that 6-2 lead. You know, they had some trouble with it. A lot of those rounds were kind of down to 1v1s, 1v2s. So a really big recovery here by Aurora. It's interesting to note as well that Aurora... Actually, wait, 1 second. Apogee have a 60% win rate on the CT side. So, you know, heading into the second half, it's not going to be any easier for them on the T side. I feel like, especially with the way how things started, right? That's 6-1. 6-2. This kind of needs to be 7 or 8 at least to be in a comfortable position.
Well, edging closer and closer to tying this up are Aurora. It felt like, you know, the second that Apogee hit 6, and as you say, they were 6-2 up, they could take a very, very good half. But how things are looking right now, I actually expect it to sort of break even and go 6-6. Apogee have got just about enough for a buy here. The Heifer's down to that MP9. It's kind of the worst person to be down to an SMG as well. I think he's been the hardest hitter on this team so far in this map. And if they don't take it, then yeah, it'll be another low buy in the next as well.
Already.
Let's get off to a good start.
Yeah, a lot of aggression towards mid here from Apogee. I think that has been kind of the success, the key to success, where they have a lot of information early on. They are able to just win out those gunfights, you know, get aggressive. Maybe Aurora not expecting them to be so aggressive towards mid. It's calculated aggression really that works out. Prism is still staying strong here. There's a boost would be nice, but it will just be hold towards mid by Patsy, and it does feel like some of these mid rounds, like I don't exactly like the mid round calling from Aurora. They're just kind of scrambling around, seeing what they can take, and then it's like, okay, well, we don't really have much info. Let's just kind of figure out a site we can hit, and let's hope we convert. This time it's going to be the B. They try to push out, but so does Prism. He gets a frag. Demho with another. 2v5 necessary, and the short player needs to be eliminated first, but he just scoots back, playing the time game, and a lot of angles, a lot of different ones, which Prism will find advantage out of Klax with the frag, shut down by Hypex, and Apogee deal with this round with ease.
Yeah, that's actually a really good response from them, considering the firepower they had to work with. I mean, that MP9, the one contingency was on the other bomb site, so yeah, Aurora kind of guessed incorrectly on that front. It's pretty bonkers as well that it feels like Klax round after round is the last alive, and he's not baiting or anything, right? He's getting stuck right in. He's just finding himself as the last man standing more often than not. Right there, wasn't able to do a whole lot to fight his way out of it. Hypex goes for the movement, misses it. It's okay. It's got a teammate there to boost him up. He'll get into ladder room nice and quickly. And it's definitely the safer way to take that fast short angle with the AWP without taking the huge risk of going for the jump.
Again.
That's a big start from Jacob.
Insane.
He's got away with that too many times, hasn't he? Oh, wow.
Yeah, Poji looking to still finish strong here in the first half. That 6-2, 8-4 finish would be pretty nice. Klax is looking to at least start to piece together this puzzle of the 2v5. What the hell, Jacob? An insane adjustment with the flash assist as well. We'll put just Klax in, well, a 1v4 ace scenario is needed, and can't even find the first. Demho with the aggressive position will catch him off guard. 8-4 the scoreline of the first half, and yeah, I think a pretty dominant showing from Apogee. Aurora do look a little bit lost on that T side. Well, what could salvage this maybe a little bit is that Apogee are a very, very strong team of the CD side of Mirage. 60% win rate almost on it, so now heading into a 40% win rate side. We'll see if Aurora have what it takes to at least make it a closer game. We were expecting a banger for that last and final Mirage game, as their picks went kind of easily for the team that picked it. And what else we're expecting is a good skin. I heard MJ, you want to see a good one, so yeah, let's see. Maybe at least a purple, man.
Oh,
There you
wow!
go.
All right, yeah, that's pretty tidy. Okay, congrats to Lockie. That's AK Empress. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
It's a
We don't
rare-
exactly know what to wear, but I do believe most of these skins are minimal wear, so that's pretty much 70 euros. Just, easy, easy way to make money on a Saturday midday. Congratulations, we will be in touch. And, with kind of a positive mindset, we're heading into the second half. Let's see if Aurora can bring that same energy to this pistol.
Kind of bizarre. They got off to a 4-0 start, and then, the rest of it came in bursts of 2. It was 2 to Aurora, 2 to Apogee, 2 to Aurora, 2 to Apogee again. They've been trading back and forth. It's actually been quite contentious, despite the fact that the scoreline doesn't necessarily show it. But if Apogee can win this second half pistol round and get off to another flying start, then they could be in prime position to close out this map. And Prism is doing exactly that. Finds 2 heads, routes his way through jungle. But the Jawlies are his maker. And Demho all by himself for the 1v3. Bomb needs to be recovered off a short as well. He's worried that there's going to be one wrapping around the B site. That's not the case. They are turtled up and doubled down with the crossfires and giving Demho no opportunity. This is going to be tricky.
I'm not sure if they heard the jump, but they look so aware for this, right? Patsy, like, you're never going to be clearing this in your life. He might spot his ass there, but no, not spotted. Yeah, of course, that angle just... I think for aim-wise, like, the hardest skill that really FPS and, like, especially CS players have is just those vertical flicks. And that is so high up in the sky that there's just no way to insta-adjust on it. Prism, this is a great opener. It gets kind of messy with this play towards short, where Heffa is just kind of caught off guard. He's getting spammed from connector, getting spammed from short. And, that does kind of seal the deal there. So, Aurora, this was a very much needed round, and because of it, they pretty much get one for free. Just the Glocks on the side of Apogee. They're looking to fight the longest range possible here on Mirage. Glocks and push mid is an interesting strategy, but they've made it so far. They've made it to mid, which is actually commendable given the circumstances.
Yeah, they've managed to take a bit of ground here, but I don't think that ground will do too much for them. Hang on a minute. A kill found. Patsy dinked. I thought maybe they'd get 2 out of that. Does the lion's share of those kills go into the FAMAS as well, which is quite important. Don't want to be allowing those MP9s to farm. The scoreline closing up again, and these bursts of 2 continue. Now it's Apogee's time to bite back.
Yeah, I feel like these 6 to 8 scorelines can, this is really the tilting point, right? This is where, if you want this game to have legs, it would be huge to convert for Aurora. Demho, I'm gonna try to push down towards lower. Let's see, not as aggressive towards mid as maybe Apogee was, but that's a fine call as well. You don't have to be. It is the better weaponry. 2 FAMASs up against AKs. And we do need Patsy to maybe show us a glimpse of what we saw on Ancient and Train especially, right? Grix on the op as well. He was very slow on Train as well, and then, he just had 2 good rounds and that shut it out. That stopped the comeback from happening. So let's hope heading into the kind of mid to late stages of this Mirage game, he's able to do the same. Patsy, damn, he still finds the kill. That is huge. I thought he was dead to the rights there, but no. Huge strike found. What are we doing? Bad timing. And Norway peeks and finds 3 on the other side, but Grix, I said he needs to activate, and he has at least found the refrag. Wallbang looked like it was on, but I guess just a surface bullet doesn't exactly go through all the way. I like this backstab from Kenzie. Prism is watching it though, so whoa, timing is everything in this round. Prism still clearing it, and that just leaves it into a 2v3, the most difficult bomb site to retake, especially certainly on Mirage. If they spot the first, just run down the time as much as you can. Klax will get the 1, but it's like 10 seconds to go. They still have to clear apps, and this seems impossible, especially with Hypix's shot. It's just Grix looking to save the op, which he will scoot away. But still, Apogee with a very important round conversion.
And this bizarre pattern continues. Neither team have been able to take more than 2 rounds in a row since round number 4. And Aurora stopped in their tracks once again. Now, obviously, we have that saved AWP out of Grix, but there's not a whole lot of money on everybody else, so we'll just sort of be a low buy. Apogee don't have tons of cash to work with either, but
yeah, I mean, just showing, how important winning that first pistol is. That 4-round lead certainly goes a long way for Apogee here, as 9-6 will be the scoreline. It's another chance, really. Aurora, certainly their economy not good, but the B-side defense needs to come through. It's Grix, almost a call out there, and Norway just needs a kill. Just 1, he spots somebody, stuck a little bit, still remains alive. That's crazy, and that gives the opening for Patsy to get the refrag. The USP comes through, and it's, well, I wouldn't call it flawless, but yeah, all 5 remaining alive for Aurora. It's 7 on the board, and just back and forth action. This is what we were promised, and what I was really, hoping for as well. That seemed like it should be a call out. Look at this. No? Not even a tag up on the second?
yeah, I don't know where that bullet's sort of gone, right? I'm with you on that. Seemingly just disappeared. That curse is broken at least.
Locked.
Yeah.
This
Be a
time
bully
not
cut.
towards mid. Not trying to fight the upper of Grix in window against with full Glocks. Molly will be laid down. We've seen this strategy, I think, yesterday before. It's a pretty funny one. Hey, it works! Alright, it's not a funny one. It's an amazing one. What am I talking about? Clueless caster spotted. Kenzie will go down, and we have Apogee rerouting back towards spawn to hit A. Honestly, I see a world where they get a bomb plant here. It has to be Klax. He's on a Galil. Like, this can get out of hand pretty quickly.
I mean, to be fair, those extra 5 bullets might come in handy. I was going to say he's the one guy with a weaker weapon, but considering he's against unarmored Glocks, I do actually think those 35 bullets might do him some favours. No one else has even started a rotation, though, so considering 5 are going to jump down and take a fight with him, I do really fancy their chances at overwhelming him and perhaps getting a plant. And there you go. It's literally 1 for 1. Galil will be recovered. Bomb will be tapped down. Still, I don't think they have much of a chance of winning this round. But 2 kills on a bomb plant's fantastic. If they can get anything more out of this, they'll be laughing. And Hypex almost lines up the head. Glock finds another, picks up the AK. Hang on a minute. AWP's low. And they've now both got rifles in hand. Grix will win that fight. They have a decent idea on where the last resides, but he can't line up both. That is far too expensive for Aurora. It'll be a sigh of relief that they get it over the line, but yeah, that's a ridiculous outcome for an eco.
Amazing calling, man. Just, they get the first frag immediately going back, and who's going to be expecting 5 to pop out of Palace? That's an amazing call, just beautiful to watch, really. And honestly, it could have gone either way, you know, this comes down to the 1v1. That is a 50-50. Nice shots here by Grix to at least stop it. This is crazy. Prism instantly has the AK. It's just the insta upgrade, you know, like level 1 Crook to level 20 Mafia Boss. Good upgrade, and it will put Aurora on 8. But as you said, that economy, you know, this was their chance to really start building it up. Instead, they lose this round, they're going to be in huge trouble. It's the AKs for Apogee as well. They get everything apart from the win they would have wanted out of that round. Making it ever so close. Looking for that 9-9. Grix on a pretty aggressive angle here. One that oftentimes is pretty difficult to pre-aim correctly. I think they hear the scope though, so they should be aware. Ooh, Hypex, had to be careful. Oh, timing, not good for Grix. He'll rotate away, but that gives them the chance to slowly start moving up towards ramp. Actually, the reposition, I do like it. He's gonna try to blow up the connector, and tag up comes through. That also gives them the info that mid, or maybe looking to go towards A. Clax, I really dislike this position. I think it just always is cleared, and they swing in, and Demho can find Kenzie. So now with a miss, Clax, yeah, just insta-clear. That is fast.
Weirdly, it's not even insta-cleared. He doesn't even get cleared, he just gets mega reaction shotted. So he does get a split second of an opportunity there, and he fumbles it. And, you know, can't afford that when you're against these boys. They are just so quick. That'll be double digits. And again, it's just super back and forth.
Alright, well, that looked really dominant from Apogee. Yeah, it wasn't the insta-clear, but that's even more of a tilter, right? If they just swing you, get the headshot outright, like, that's cool. But the fact that you have those, like, 300, 200 milliseconds where you're like, oh, I got this, he's not looking, and then you got destroyed, I think that just puts an extra tilt on it. Adds some salt to the injury. We can, yeah, this is... I mean, I think if Grix hits the shot, the round goes completely differently. It was right through the legs. Kind of hit it, but not exactly. And this, right? It's my kill. Oh, it's not. It's over. Just good. Again, I think Apogee's, like, reason for their recent kind of Cinderella run, in a sense, where they're just winning way tougher opponents, just putting themselves out there in a big way, is it does come down to the aim in a lot of ways. I think just the individual performance from Apogee can not be underestimated. Anyone can show up. We saw Hefa, somebody who you don't expect to exactly stats-wise to do amazing, just doing so much. And yeah, it's going to be a quick ace side again, and this time it's everything, all money that Aurora have. And again, Jacob, he's just so quick with it. He's a smart player as well, just such a menace to deal with on the server. Patsy is holding for the swing, but that's a bomb plant down. Patsy still finds it. Oh, the double from Patsy. Perfect timing, but the bomb still goes down.
Ticking away. Brilliant clear there from Prism. Whittles those numbers. The problem is he goes down as well. And this now gets a little bit tricky. Outnumbered, outgunned. Big pick from Clax. AWP will miss the flick. Hypex has had a few too many of those missed opportunities. I'm not sure how many more he'll get, but, you know, with the plant, they'll still have enough money to buy into the next. Aurora just biting back. And as I say, this back and forth, this roller coaster of a game continues. It started off so well. But it's that there. I don't really know why Demho's planting as open as that without the connector control. It really feels like that's what costs them.
Maybe he was just banking on his teammate winning the gun duel. It is a bit of a weird call. Maybe in the spur of the moment, you don't think about it. Patsy, he was so good on Train, and now he shows up in a big way. And I think that's what a lot of these late rounds come down to. It's just, who's able to really bring the heat, who's able to get that crucial 2-piece or 3-piece that kind of shuts down the round. For now, we're kind of looking at Kenzie, that maybe he'd need to play a little bit better. The only one under double-digit kills. Same can be said for Demho. So it could be a question, which one of these players just can have a strong end to this game. If Kenzie shows up and Demho does not, it's going to be real difficult. That being said, 9-10, we hope, at least I did, that this is going to be a closer game.
That's what we're, crossing our fingers for. Demho. Holding under. Remember, they went for this mega stack and underpass with the Glocks on the eco round. It merited them that first kill, and it almost led to a round win. So it's felt like they've conditioned Aurora a little bit into being apprehensive about trying to play for that early map control.
Yeah, we're 50 seconds in and nothing really has happened. Smoke down. Trying to take some mid control here. Apogee, nice molly, will be laid down as well. And we do have Hypix bringing the back towards A. I think Apogee have found a lot of these A entries very successful. It's going to be the same position. I'm a little bit worried about it. Oh, nice spot by Patsy again, bringing the impact. Klax this time gets aggressive, and this time gets rewarded for it. It's going to be a big double for him. Hypix with the refrag, with 28 seconds to go. The A side is nowhere near clear. Looking to make it more clear by Demho, and yeah, maybe he can be the impact player. Now, Patsy flashed off the angle, but 18 seconds to go, and he's kind of holding the crossfire here. It's a very difficult conversion to make. Demko scoots away, 10 seconds, needs a frag and finds it. But Grix will shut it down with a double. Huge no-scope in there as well. And that's what I was talking about, you just need one of them to show up. Grix, usually top fragger or close to it, maybe a slower series, but just the individual here. Double from Klax and Grix just to shut it down. We're all tied up here.
Yeah, individuals stepping up when they need to. And that becomes so key as you get into the later stages of some of these games. We talked about, this consistency and about this back and forth. It does tee you up for a scrappy one at the end, but good flashbang, very good flashbang from Demho. Allows the trade from the Tech-9s. It is just a low bite, but it's one they're sort of crossing their fingers for some success with.
Alright, well, Effa and Kenzie down. The cash is certainly not good for Apogee, but we call it the Tier 3 special. I call it the Galaxy special. This is where things can get really ugly, especially when all the pressure you feel like has mounted up. Mistakes I feel like you're more prone to make them. You're just not as relaxed, maybe not thinking straight, overcommitting some things. I think this 4v4 might still have legs. It's a bit of a weird one, just setup-wise. Like, everyone is disconnected. Bomb drop towards spawn, but with 50 seconds left, they're kind of trying to pick which side to hit. A would be an amazing call. Aurora, I don't exactly like they're kind of going for the stack here. Like, it's just not needed. You're up against pistols, you can have both sides. Should be able to shut it down. Jacob with that shot will show his presence, and again, Apogee have made the correct call. The calling has been absolutely amazing by the in-game leaders. And I guess Aurora just looking to play on the retake. Spot Patsy is taken down by Demho, who has retrieved the rifle as well, and oh boy, the plant comes through. Aurora, 3v4 retake needed. Nice jump on the box. Aim could have been better. Klax still converts. The Deagle gonna scoot away, and Demho in the meanwhile just keeps the short player at bay. As I say that, Norway connects the shot, and he's ready for the window player as well. Tech-9 headshot still delivers. It's all left up to Klax as he taps the bomb. He's just gonna hold it. What a man! He's holding it.
Wow.
Wow.
And Prism's miles off with the spams, by the way. It's completely lost track of where that bomb's planted. That is heartbreak for a round like that. I mean, you need to be able to just take a step back from it and say, you know what, we actually really didn't have very much invested into that. So the fact that we've found 4 kills in a bomb plant isn't too bad. But yeah, obviously super frustrating to lose it in that kind of fashion. They got to make sure that that doesn't manifest itself and cause them problems here moving forward.
Yeah, that, like, you have to come back from that mentally as well. Almost, that's such a tilt around to have. For both sides, actually, you know, that was literally avoiding disaster for Aurora as well. That I really dislike the stack. I don't know why they did it against pistols, but the Ninja Defuse, of course, that's how they get the 11th. Cash is still not good for them, though. You know, that last round was super expensive, so another crucial one coming up, and as we go deeper and deeper into this best of 3, into this last Mirage game, the rounds just get slower and slower. Both teams waiting for the other one to make a mistake, make a fun, do something that they can exploit. Little starts running in. Kenzie wants to get aggressive here. He's holding the smoke, and I don't like Prism's chances here. Oh, timing! Dude, that's insane. Kenzie still spots him and still delivers the frag.
An important pickup at an important time as well. It's kind of brutal that this game comes down to the wire like this. Both teams have had their moments of brilliance on both maps. And now in the third, it all comes down to the next few moments. And not winning that duel, Demho is going to be kicking himself. Grix is up quick enough. And Hypex all by himself. 1v4. Knows that this sniper would be very valuable into the next. But again, it's another scenario where there's the opportunity to perhaps back off. He doesn't do it, and yeah, ends up going down. And now you're sort of scratching your head saying, well, yeah, we've got enough to maybe drop one over from Prism, but the money's not great. We have to do a little bit of creative economy to get a buyout here. Prism's down to a Galil. But they will have something to fight back with.
Yeah, how crazy it would be that it's the Ninja Defuse that secures your spot in the playoffs. Because, again, you know, the stakes are so higher. For people just tuning in, this is for the playoff spot or elimination. We have the final day of the Swiss stage. It does not get any more intense than this. 2 more rounds needed for Apogee to bring this to overtime and close it out there. But it does feel like that almost Tech 9 conversion with the Ninja Defuse loss has just kind of broke their morale a little bit. Buy will be coming in. Maybe would have liked a bit more util, so not exactly the best situation to go for some huge executes and fakes. Just need to pick a site and, you know, do your best take on it. Another side of things, Aurora are so stacked utility-wise. I think like they can just throw so much of it early on. Still have plenty left and have done a lot of damage or gain map control, depending what they use. Molly deployed towards mid. Hypex goes for some pot shots through the smoke. One down towards Palace as well. I feel like we're just going to still be seeing this slow approach from Apogee, trying to take some map control, get some information, figure out where there's a weakness. Bomb towards mid for now.
Oh, Patsy. Oh, yeah, you are poking the bear with that. Gotta be very, very careful. This is the last time and place that you want to be giving up an early man advantage. Right here, proceeding with caution. Patsy tucked into Sandwich.
Demo's gonna try to fake out B, trying to draw some rotations over. There's still 2 heavy B anchors, really, so I kind of like this setup from Aurora, right? They don't exactly have nobody mid, but Kenzie's in a very strong position. Timing could be great for him, as Hefa is going to get Patsy, though. Now it does come down to that Kenzie position, as he gets the first position now known. I think they know about Klax as well. That might be the flash in. Klax not aware. Prism is so close. Sabi peeks with the bomb. It's a risky play, but high risk, high reward will get the bomb down to the 3v4, make that 2. It does seem like we got another round in play. All regulation time rounds needed. Norway 1.9k. Still look to deliver the headshot. Get extra $300 and try to get away, but I think there is no way to get away when Jacob is holding the line. It's a good A-side take from Apogee. Again, the raw individual aim has converted so many of these, and they keep it going. Putting Aurora's economy in a pretty bad position. Maybe it did not need the full util belt in the last round. You know, they didn't even get the chance to use half of it. And it does mean that 2 MP9s are going to be in play with very limited utility.
It's really felt like Apogee have been in control for a lot of this map. It's got to be difficult being in this overtime or bust position, but 1 round away from taking this to further rounds and further opportunities to back themselves that playoff spot. It feels quite poetic. It feels like the only outcome that does this match justice. I'm not sure I've got it in the tank to have all 3 best-of-3s like this today, but you do want to feel like when you're in a 2-2 game like this, that if you do go down, you've gone down with a fight. That certainly can't be questioned here. Both teams have given us a lot to work with. But a low buy from Aurora, 2 MP9s, 2 M4s. That 1 piece of util left is a single flashbang on Klax. This is going to be very tough to stop the onslaught that's about to come on the A side.
Riggs gets the early spot. Nautilus cross the op with the M4, can't deliver, neither the op there. Heffa is gonna again get a huge entry, and it comes down to Norway on site. There's Patsy Batstab coming in. Kenzie gets one. Oh, Klax with another down to the 2v2. Chaos unfolds, but it is gonna down to the 1v1. Low HPs
Oh my
leads the
God.
Glock
Oh
shot.
my.
And that's Aurora converting it by the skin of their teeth. They avoid overtime, make the reverse sweep come through. What they could not do on Ancient, they did show to us in spades on Trade. And I mean, we wanted the banger of a last map. We got it. 13-11 is going to be the scoreline. And unfortunately, we got to say bye-bye to Apogee. And hello to Aurora. You've made it to the playoffs where some invited teams will be there. Some pretty nice showing like Fnatic with Passion UA. We have Dynamo Eklot. Certainly known teams. And with the performance we've seen from Aurora today and yesterday, I think they deserve it. Especially... Oh, we're giving the MVP to Prism here. What do you think about this?
Ha! That's a bit of a strange one. I mean, he's had a very, very good game and a good day. But, yeah, I don't think he'll be all too feeling like deserved as the MVP, considering they lost it. But, as I say, he's done very, very well. Bearing in mind, he's the in-game leader. He's calling the shots. You sort of expect him to be on the bottom end of that scoreboard. He's actually doing a hell of a lot of the fragging today. But... yeah, I think they're going to be kicking themselves. They weren't able to take that to overtime. You know, it was a horrible situation, a horrible gunfight. When you got the Glock out on the top of stairs, he did actually have time to sort of tuck back and reload a little bit, but was worried if he did so that MP9 had then repositioned. It was just so awkward, and it's going to be a mega tilter. Super frustrating to come away from that. But... yeah, take away the positives. They gave us a pretty good showing. I think there's a lot to learn from that nuke map as well. Although, you know, it feels a little bit backhanded to say, yeah, you know, well, it's a good learning opportunity, but yeah, their train clearly has some issues. They can go back and watch that demo and try and patch some of those holes, perhaps, and come back stronger there. But yeah, it is sad to say goodbye to them. They're a team that have been quite formidable recently. They're a team that I think are in the spotlight a little bit, having qualified for the Bucharest close quals. And yeah, it's a shame that we won't be seeing more of them here in Galaxy Battle.
It surely is. I feel like both these teams, you know, I kind of wanted to see in the playoffs, and I think it was the perfect way to really end it. Maybe overtime would have been a bit better, but I think at the end of the day, you know, this was a mighty fine end to the series. So we have 2 more of those. We have 2 more best-of-3s to come for today, both last final stage 5 Swiss eliminations. So 1 to advance to the playoffs, 1 to go home. Unfortunately, I won't be there anymore, so you're going to be having, I think, Sir Danny and
for real?
Caster, who's... yeah, name has
Okay.
escaped my mind, but yeah, you're going to have Sir Danny, my friend. And with that, I will leave you guys, and we'll be returning in some time to be ready for that last game. See you guys on the other side. Bye-bye.
with it.
What's up there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to the Galaxy Battle Starter broadcast. I mean, you know what's up. 16 teams, $30,000 on the line, and two beautiful faces to bring you some great Counter-Strike. My name's Sir Danny, joined here by MNJ, and well, I believe you already had the chance to cast the first matchup, right, Josh? So,
I did,
whatever.
yeah.
We don't need to know about that. Instead, let's take a look what's going to happen right about now. I believe it is going to be the Fireflux versus Alliance matchup. And oh, that's a cool little addition. I guess we got cams right now. That's
Yeah,
cool.
apparently as of yesterday. So, yeah, and it is a fun little addition. We get a bit of insight into the players and, you know, their ups and downs and when they tilt and when they don't. Seems like the vibes are good at the moment for the Fireflux boys. But more importantly, Alliance are actually on boot camp, which I feel like is always a little bit of a superpower, isn't it? As a team playing online tournaments there, being together and allowing that synergy to really sort of fill out the room. And even when, you know, when things are going good, the energy's high. When things are going bad, you're there next to each other and you can kind of call a timeout and you can have those conversations. And I think that it does you a lot of favors. But the Veto's up in front of us. Both teams have quite a deep map pool, so I don't think there's going to be any major curveballs. But for me, at least, a nice change of scenery. We didn't see Inferno or Anubis in that first series. We did see Train, though.
Ah, okay. I have noticed that teams here at the Galaxy Battle Starter have been prone to picking Train. I was actually even hoping that maybe Fireflux might even consider picking Train, considering that these past couple of months they've been playing on it. They played it 7 times, a pretty good track record of 70% compared to Alliance's 29, but they've also actually played it 7 times. So it's cool to see that we still have Train as a potential map here in the best of 3. But all in all, yeah, I mean, if we were to take a look at the veto, I suppose, well, no surprises here. Alliance going for that Inferno pick. Fair enough. It's an okay map for them. Anubis, though, man, actually, now that I think of it, I feel like, you know, both Inferno and Anubis are relatively good maps for either squad. So it is quite hard to predict who's going to come out on top in this best of 3.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, to be honest, I've been a little bit disappointed with Alliance as of recently, and we're sort of talking like the past few months, but they have been on a little bit of an upwards trajectory to some degree over the past couple of weeks. They've had some decent results against some decent sides, notable wins against Zero Tenacity, BC Game, Paravision, so perhaps the start of better things from them. Pistol round underway and rocking here, though, on Inferno. Straight up banana, all 5. They'll take the contact, but they do need to be careful, because there is a 3-man stack on this B-bomb site.
Right now, it looks like Alliance is just mainly probing around, hoping to maybe catch a player or two off guard. Oh, this is going to be cool. Nades fly in. Sadly, though, not a single player at the CT position, but now full-on commit it is. 1 minute left of the clock. They gotta make it work. Sensi with a great pickup on 1. So far, the CT is doing a pretty good job of slowing down the offense, but there's still a great position from Soulfly. He should inflict so much damage, and he does stop the bomb forever being planted. And I feel like, oh, okay, that's a good response.
Yeah. Don't think they'll get much more out of this with Banjo's position being as perfect as it is. Twist. Very snappy on the trade. And Fireflux are lucky that Paz is where he is to be able to bite back so quickly, because I think if Twist had a second more there to adjust, he might have actually snatched that one away. But yeah, decent recovery there from Fireflux. They had the pieces in the right places. However, with Alliance getting that bomb plant, you expect another buy out of them here.
You definitely suppose that. I mean, we are talking about Inferno, and that second round purchase has become pretty often, especially with a bomb plant on the T side. I feel like this weaponry that the T's have to work with, the Galils, the Deagle, the Tech 9, it's still pretty decent in all fairness. Now, of course, they also have a decent amount of utility. That will help them to at least prolong this round, not necessarily go for a all-out fast play, which is the opposite what we're seeing on the CT side. Skrunk has taken a very forward position, giving a lot of intel for Fireflux.
It feels like these rifles could certainly still be potent. Incendiary goes down, and they're just kind of burning out this CT util. There's not a whole lot of it left. Pleasant What a shot to get things started. I'm not sure they'll clear Scrunk in this corner, but they should. And as long as they take him 1 for 1, it's a positive outcome. 2 for 1 doesn't quite cut it. Now the numbers will go back in Fireflux's favour as Banjo puts his MP9 to good use as well. And Alliance is sort of scratching their heads a little bit here. What do we do? We're now at a disadvantage. We have got the bomb. We've got a bit of space here towards Banana and mid. But it's the guessing game. Which site has got 2 players on it and which has just got the 1?
Yeah, and time is also not on their side, which means that, okay, they expect the CTs to play, just a little bit further back. They're not going to be at the extremities, and no one is definitely holding on to brackets, but they have to make the decision quick. 30 seconds, not enough time to move on the B side, but maybe that is part of the game plan. Twist and Avid really gotta hurry up right now. 20 seconds. There is still Sensei in Banana, and he's able to sense the incoming danger. Flash comes in. He knows the jig is up. But oh boy, do they expect the player in Banana? That's the big question. And Ovid comes up huge with that frag.
All of a sudden, there's some wheels on this round. MP9 makes his presence known there on CT. He's at a major disadvantage if he takes the fight with the rifle, but he's just trying to draw that attention away. Avid reads it all too well, knows that Paz is coming in from the back lines. Twist is there to finish off the job, and Alliance are back to winning ways quite quickly. They recover off of the little fumble at the end of that pistol. And they put that second round on the board in their favour. They should be able to take another here as well. They'll be against a very low buy out of Fireflux. This is such a great recovery.
Yeah, and I'd say it's so satisfying for Sensei because he knows, 15 seconds left on the clock. If he's able to at least kill one of those players, that round is over and done with. Because the final player simply doesn't have enough time to, first of all, get that bomb planted and let alone planted safely. That's the problem, He ends up dying in that position way too quickly, given so much breathing room for Alliance in that 2v2 post-plant. And as we saw, Alliance, instead of playing it safe, decided to just keep on pushing, and push they did. Great frags from Twist and Ovid. Right now, dangerous players on the side of Alliance. I'm surprised that, you can see that Alliance has taken this one super safe. The gun round, or shall I say, the force spike comes in. Not a lot of util to work with, so their best bet would be to stack one of these bomb sites and hope. That's the area of the map that Alliance wants to push.
Mac 10 just around this corner. He is about to play into a bit of a stack. In fact, all of them are. It's just the pistols, though. Yuppie should be able to make light work of it. Sensei gone quickly. And Twist will arrive on the pincer in the nick of time. But Banjo is causing some problems, as is Soulfleet. AK retrieved. Confirmation that there's one from behind. Needs to win this duel, and he will. And wow, what a ridiculous response out of Fireflux. Again, they've made the right call. They have the pieces in the right places. But you expect those rifles to overwhelm the 5.7s, and they just can't cut it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Alliance, when it came to their approach on the A-bomb side, I felt like, from a more theoretical perspective, they were doing everything right. I feel like a lot of teams, the main problem they make when pushing onto Inferno's A side is that they have the majority of the players' porch. It feels like a lot of teams just seem to forget about Long's existence. Whereas in this case, if you're Alliance, you have the rifles, they're doing it very well. They're taking brackets control. Yes, they have some players in short, some players in long, but admittedly, Fireflux, instead of just, waiting out for the players on the A-bomb side, they end up pushing short brackets, taking control. Alliance, they just completely crumble at the offensive capabilities of Fireflux, and man, that is a great round to take. The economical repercussions of it, massive. They have to go for the simple eco. And right now, I feel like both teams, man, this is, yeah, sure, it's just the first couple of rounds, but man, oh man, I'm already sensing a very close game.
Certainly could shape up to be just that. The game that we saw prior, Apogee and Aurora went tit for tat the whole way through. We went to the third map. It went 13-11. It came down to a 1 versus 1 in the final round for OT. It was pretty much as close as it gets. And they were also playing very scrappy CS, going back and forth in so many of these rounds. Right here. Seems like Fireflux should be able to take a little bit of a lead, create themselves a margin. As will have heard that pistol drop, but it's another nice shot out of Pleasant. He's proven to be a little bit of a threat with that Desert Eagle. It will still be a third on the board though. 3-1. Skrunk won't be able to upgrade that MP9. That's okay. Because Alliance aren't going to have a whole lot to work with here either. Should just be the half buy.
Yeah, seems to be the case. I like the fact as well that we get to see them investing in some utility. On a map like Inferno, utility is key. Even on a simple round as this, Alliance could potentially just, save up those upgraded pistols and armor. That's about it. But they still want to contest this one. And sure, counter utility comes in from the CT side, and Skrunk, knows what's up right behind the smoke. He's able to take care of 2. He's also got the backup of Soulfly. In fact, we have an early Freeman setup, which is a standard practice on Banana, especially if you expect their opponents on a pistol buy. Maybe they'll play fast, so those extra bodies on the B bombs, they count so much. And as you can see, yeah, Alliance, no footing in this round. Get shut down way too quickly, and Fireflux will definitely take the 4th.
Powerful stuff. I mean, they're not up against a whole lot, but damage control is super important, and they've actually done that very well in these last couple of rounds. The one prior, they kept 4 alive. It seems like that remained the case here, so those finances just starting to build up can be quite dangerous. Avid has managed to slip the net of the AWP. Will get himself a 1v1 on the bomb site to get this plant down, but it's a Tech 9 versus an AK. 3 HP versus a full head of health. I don't think this is very likely, and Banjo makes sure of that. So tidy stuff, 4-1 Fireflux. Yeah, off to a lightning start here on this first map.
Yeah, super fast pace. I will admit though, one thing that has kind of surprised me, Josh. Now, I haven't seen Alliance play, I think, ever. I don't know how, but it seems like I've always skipped past this team. At the same time, Twist is still playing Counter-Strike. That is super surprising for me, because I remember that he was at the very start of CSGO playing with a bunch of Swedish teams, and he's still in a Swedish team, and he's still playing. That is, wow.
And he hasn't aged a bit either. He
actually
hasn't aged a bit. He's been playing since 2012. I mean, he's actually only 30, which is kind of crazy when you think about how long he's been playing. That just sort of shows how young he was when he started his professional career.
Yeah.
But yeah, he brings a whole wealth of experience, a whole wealth of knowledge to this roster, and he's still playing at a decently high level.
And I'm sure that level of expertise definitely benefits Alliance. Right now, it feels like these past couple of rounds, they just really struggled getting anything going. Not really finding any opening frags, but then again, pistols primarily. Now it's rifles doing all the talking. And it's definitely a slower round for sure. And Alliance is also just probing 2 areas of the map at the same time, but not as well as brackets. But Fireflux, surprisingly, even after winning those 4 rounds, they're still respecting their opponents. Not fighting for any more banana control or presence in brackets. They still have a good amount of utility to boot.
"40 seconds left to tick, and Alliance sort of seemingly running out of options. It's actually been quite a interesting change of approach. They went from coming into this game with a lot of confidence and a lot of pace about their play to now seeming quite scared. 25 seconds left. They'll try and breach into this B site. Bless them with a nice headshot to get the ball rolling. But it's all a bit of a ruse. Bomb's headed back towards A. They've pulled a rotation off. And now they can try and go for this late execution. They haven't got a lot of time, though.
Barely any. Oh, Ovid, that is the one kill that really saves the round and cements it for Alliance. In a world where the CT is able to rack up 2 kills, I feel like that's it. That would have been enough for Fireflux to take that round away. But right now, 2v3 retake. I mean, those barely happen on Inferno, and I suppose this round is no exception, though I would have loved to see an attempt. It does make a lot of sense to just, maintain the rifles, especially a sniper rifle, in the hands of Sprunk. And they still have a fair amount of money to work with Fireflux, so fair enough, let this round slip. But at the very least, they can still maintain a fair economy for, let's say, 2 rounds in the future.
I just can't believe how thin Alliance play that, right? When you actually see how little time there was on the clock when they breached into that A site. They still had to clear the corner. Right? I think it was Soulfly on the box in the corner. And there was 6 seconds left. So if they don't insta-kill him, right? If he finds 1 kill there, if he stays alive for 2 seconds, then that round's over, even with them having the numbers advantage and everything with it, purely down to the time. So I think that should be a little bit of a wake-up call that, we've done well in that round, but we do need to just manage the time a little bit better, because that almost was a problem. But at the end of the day, just putting that round on the board, very, very important. We go into a little bit of a technical pause, and someone is missing. Never ideal. Hopefully should be back in a second. Couple of boys missing on Alliance as well. I was trying to work out who it was. I knew that it wasn't Sensei, Skronk, or Banjo, but I kind of struggled to tell the difference between Soulflow and Paz. They actually look fairly similar. So I was like, I'm not gonna take a guess at this.
Yeah, perhaps not. But I guess in the meantime, we can admire the boot camp of Alliance, though it does feel a bit cramped.
Yeah, that's their boot camp center as well, though, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it says it on the wall. Long live Alliance. But yeah, it is obviously awesome playing under an organization that has those facilities, right? I think that like a little peek behind the curtain, being part of some of these teams and projects, like boot camps are actually really expensive. It's actually a pretty big okay, so it's softly missing. Yeah, fine. But yeah, it's actually a pretty big expense when you sort of have a team and they want to just... Boot camps are always positive, even if you're not grinding for, like... a lot of teams used to want to play on boot camp before, like, major quals and things like that. I remember this time last year, or a little bit prior to that, like, sort of January last year, I was in Warsaw, and for the Copenhagen major qualifiers, there were loads of teams. I was at the Epic Performance Center there, the, like, Kingwin sort of boot camp facility place, and it was fully booked, right? Every single team was there. OG was there, Mouse was there, Bait was there, 500 were there, and then I had my little cupboard with like a casting setup in there. But yeah, it's fully booked with all of these teams boot camping because they want to boot camp for like major quals and stuff. But yeah, just in general, it's expensive, and it is something that really benefits teams. So having that facility there that they can just sort of go and use whenever is obviously really beneficial. But yeah, we're back into the action. Round number 7, Alliance snapping at Fireflux's heels, but they do still have enough money to go for a strong buy, and they'll actually have enough cash to follow up from that as well. So powerful position, and Sensei solidifies it further.
A great early pickup there by Sensei. Already a big advantage, especially on a map like Inferno. And sure, some mollies have been deployed, but you can see that they're taking their sweet time, Alliance. Not really committing to it just yet. Oh, but they might try and do something a little bit more unorthodox. Pass here in the corner. To spot out perhaps a single player, but even more so, it's Sensei But a second big frag, bomb being dropped as well. And oh boy, Avid has no backup. He has to go in for the fight and is able to catch one. But once again, Sensei is doing all the heavy lifting. And despite them having control of the bomb, Fireflux, nah, we don't really care about it. Might as well just play it safe, even around like this. I'm not really sure what Alliance is attempting at this point. They don't have the bomb, and they're trying to hit the B bomb site.
Yeah, it is a little bit bizarre. Feels like sort of superficial execution, and Fireflux know it, as long as they've still got a sight line on that bomb there in brackets, that there isn't really any major threat posed, so they can just play for the trades. They win that round quite comfortably. I think Avid's done well to even go 1-for-1 in the position that he was in, but he shouldn't find himself in those positions, right? He's in a little too deep behind enemy lines. He's got no support for the trade, and that sort of felt like the theme of that entire round for Alliance, to be honest. They just weren't complementing each other at all, right? It was very individualistic, didn't work out one bit. And now the money is a bit of a problem. Era's gone for a hero AK, everybody else on the eco for the buy, and then next, I can't imagine there's going to be many teeth behind this round.
Still have those Deagles that might chip away at some damage. But all eyes on Era. Great position. Oh, but simply doesn't get that frag. AK also out of the equation. But Twist has actually sneaked through the smoke. But again, not expecting much here out of Alliance. Maybe some chip damage. A kill or so would be great to try and diminish the CT economy. But I feel like this first half is more or less spiraling out of control and not much of a response from Alliance. I would feel like they need to change up the pace here, Inferno. I feel like they've been playing a little bit too safe, too slow. But maybe there's a change up in this round.
Perhaps so. Paz, M4, smashes the header. Twist, Avid's there for the trade. But a man advantage, make that 2. Banjo still, this snake in the grass that they cannot find. And he will bite down and close that one out. 6-2, Fireflux looking very comfortable here on their opponent's map pick. And I think that's quite scary as we draw closer and closer to that halfway mark. Remember, !Galaxy. Let's get entered into that little sort of case opening thing that we do at the halfway mark. I actually think it's really fun. I think it's quite cool. I've never seen it at any... Well, I have seen something like it before, actually, but a long time ago.
Yeah, I feel like it's a cool little raffle that we're doing for the people who are watching the games as well.
But it's so much better than just a giveaway,
halftime show.
Right? It's just... Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a lot more umph to it as well. You feel like you're really participating in the giveaway. That, oh, maybe this time is going to be my chance to win. Sometimes it is, of course. Sometimes it simply isn't.
I guess so. There's a guy that's won it 5 times. They keep trolling him in the chat. But, yeah, he...
Wait, 5 times?
5. Yeah. He sits, he watches every single game. I see him. Every one that I've done so far, he's in the chat. So, yeah. Truly committed to the cause. I don't think he's won anything big, but... Oh. Ambitious boost, and they're not going to expect Scrunk to still be sticking around. 3rd time, maybe the charm, but he's going doubling it down and actually playing inside the smoke. Era's not going to be ready for this at all. Oh my, Scrunk, that's gross.
Oh no, he wants more. I mean, his team is in a great position. He's feeling confident, but yeah, doesn't want to go down without a fight. It's time for Paz to chip in with his aim abilities. And there's the wide swing, but Paz comes out on top. Man, that was a solid hold coming out from Scrunk. I feel like one of the problems for Alliance is that even though they tend to push a CT in a certain position, and they have, for the most part, when they're peaking, they have 2, maybe 3 players, and they're just not effective at trading or somehow even getting that frag in the first place. And I feel like this has been a big hurdle for Alliance, and I don't know. I feel like one way to, mix things up would be to, change up the pace, move up a little bit quicker, try to fight for some of the map control as early as possible, like brackets or banana. And I feel like they've been perhaps respecting Fireflux too much. And we saw, I mean, that previous round is a great example of how Fireflux is, okay, we have a decent amount of rounds already in the CT side Inferno. We could play ballsy. We could take some risks. And I mean, big risks, sure, but Skrunk, I mean, it pays off huge. He gets himself those 3 big frags. And what a way to also mess with the mental of Alliance. Yeah, I mean, this is a great example of, right, bootcamp. Everyone's there, but it feels like not a lot of communication going on.
No, I'm kind of with you. It feels very disjointed. That's sort of the problem with this, right? So many situations where, yeah, Alliance are either, like, the spacing's a little bit off, so the trades aren't there, the communication's a little bit off. To allow Skrunk to do what he did and find 3 kills on Banana is truly ridiculous. This time, they are grouped up. They have to be. They've got upgraded pistols. Smoke into long. Twist will take the fight with the Yor. Does manage to evade the bullet, but can't evade the M4 on bound.
Oh, I mean, I like the fact that they change up the pace. Respect it. That's exactly what I thought they needed to do, especially in a round like this that's relatively low stake. But you cannot deny it. That was a solid hold from Fireflux, picking up big frags left and right. Banjo with 2, Sensi as well. Firing off the first shot and not overstaying his welcome. Backing away as quickly as he can. And yeah, 8 rounds. Already, CT side Inferno. I mean, this is the map where you usually expect, a 6-6 scoreline, a 7-5, 8 rounds for one team.
Oh.
That is a bit of an oddity.
I did wonder when Sensi was going to notice. But yeah, I'm with you. And the fact that there's the potential for more here as well. Now, the thing is, right, it's not all too common to be rocking like a consistent AWP on the T side of Inferno. I will be honest there. It's a very, very awkward map to AWP on that T half. But Era is such a potent sniper and can be so powerful on it that by not putting him on that AWP, it feels like you're playing with a blindfold on and weight around your ankles, right? So as soon as they get into the second half, they need to establish an economy early, and they need to put him on that sniper. Because currently he's 2 and 9, he's having little to no impact. And yeah, I can't help but feel that it is just that lack of AWP that's causing those problems. Avid, big headshot to get things rolling here in the penultimate round of the half. They're hungry for 4. They kind of need 4 as well, considering this is their map pick.
And usually, on a map like Inferno, you kind of feel sorry for the CTs, right? For the most part, they're not able to, rack up the economy. Retakes need to happen relatively often. And usually, if a retake does have to occur, the CTs were like, I think we're better off saving. And right now, we're seeing the complete opposite. The CTs, loads of money to work with. Barely any retake scenarios. They've been doing a really good job of just shooting down the enemy at the gates. But despite the fact that Alliance having an advantage of 1 player already, we're down to even Stevens. The 4v4 takes place, but maybe this time, Lady Luck will shine. But first, is that smoke in the face.
Upi. Charging his way through. Found a little gap in the smoke. Now they want to just isolate Skrunk. He's the only man on the site to defend, and he's got to buy time and space for his teammates, and he's doing exactly that. It's what we were talking about with the communication and the spacing being off. And once again, they allow Skrunk to find a multi-kill. And it seals the deal for a round that could have been Alliance's. That is brutal.
Oh man, and it's not looking good now as well. Tactical pause needs to be taken, so yeah, I feel like Alliance is kind of, well, as the youngsters say, cooked There we go. I'm hip.
There is nothing less hip than saying I'm hip. Old married man saying I'm hip.
Exactly. I mean, I had a very peculiar conversation with my friends. They asked me like, "Oh, you know, what if you would, I don't know, a very peculiar scenario. What if you were to cheat on your wife?" And I said, "Well, I mean, I couldn't because, I mean, I need to get another SIM card." They're already, wait, why would you need a SIM card? I mean, I need to text. And they're like, wait, but there's social media. So, I mean, yeah. Josh, I'm old. I don't even know how to cheat in the 21st century, so I am cooked.
I'd have to go and buy another pager. What?
Yeah,
Scrub?
okay, wow.
Okay, well, finally, Fireflux's aggression goes punished, but alright, trade's decent, spacing finally there for Ovid to wipe out Banjo. And yeah, it does just fall down to the shoulders of Twist Smack 10. He's limping with 8 HP, but he's still alive and kicking. Sensei, oh no. Oh, good timing again. Wow, this is... yeah, just a little bit of a luckier round, I guess, for Alliance, but they've been on the money.
Oh, come on. This is... Oh, this has to be their round to take, but look at
That's the
what...
bomb.
Oh, no, that's the bomb. Oh, no, that's terrible. Then again, I mean, 30 seconds left on the clock, and maybe there's a chance for Twist to somehow recover it, but he's so low at HP. Might be running into a trap.
Oh.
No, he has again. Oh, he simply can't turn 180. Oh, thank goodness Ovid is able to end the madness. I mean, he's been stellar on this first half, but this has not been a convincing T-side for Alliance at all. 3 measly rounds. Oh, man, they're going to have a tough time moving on to that second half.
And I think, honestly, that last round of the half there was a real testament to just how sort of awkward things have been. The fact that that was a 1v3 and should have just been cleaned up, no trouble, and actually comes as close as it does. We've got that little case roll for you again, though. Some interesting stuff. We'll see who wins. As I say, I haven't seen anything too crazy, but we did have a Legion of Anubis, a red AK, given away in that last series, which was quite fun. That was something... yeah, pretty hefty. Wow, the Orc Cracker, that'd be big as well. But no, we get the Deagle tilted. Congratulations, Ionixy. Yeah, we'll reach out. We'll send you the Deagle. Not me, someone else. Maybe me. Never know. It's not me.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe
Should I
it
hand
is.
deliver it? Knock on your door.
I mean,
Like,
that'd
what?
be-
How did you
that'd
get my
be cool.
address?
I mean, at the same time, it's like, you know, I mean, a caster turning up to your door and you're like, who the hell are you? I've never seen you in my life. Please.
The hell is this guy? You
Depart
type
from my
exclamation mark
porch.
Galaxy, you sign away your soul. That's it. I'm at your door.
I mean, that'd be a very interesting world. I mean, if somehow, instead of us having, you know, digital skins, you'd have your skins delivered at your doorstep. I feel like that'd be a lot of unnecessary items in your household, right?
I don't know. I, for some reason, choose to do this. I have lots of replica Counter-Strike knives. I have an AWP Asimov, like an actual, you know, real one. It's like a big L96 airsoft rifle that's painted like an Asimov. It is cool, but yeah, also, yeah, lots of unnecessary items in my household, Danny, and I live in a small studio. But yeah, I could come and hand deliver that to you, and then awkwardly invite myself in and stay for dinner. You come downstairs after finishing the Face It game, and I'm sat at the dinner table with your parents.
I don't know.
Who's this guy? I'm here to deliver your skin.
I am Mr. Skin,
I am Mr. Skin.
CEO of Skins.
That's me.
Ooh. Gunfights. Big and small. In Banana we go. Oh, that's a big tag. Twist is able to find one. A proficient player with the pistols as well. Back in CS. Oh, wow. That is, again, a testimony to Twist's ability. A very proficient player with the pistols. I mean, back in the day, people would talk about Dennis as well. You know, Swedish Dennis. Very proficient player with the pistols. But Twist was also up there. And it's no wonder he's able to rack up 2 big frags. Sure, 4v3. A lot can change, but so far this has been a great start for Alliance.
It really has been. An opportunity for them to convert this round and perhaps bring us something more. MR12 can be quite punishing even after having a lights-out first half. 9-3 is no guarantee. The execution about to commence here onto the B side. Era's played it well. Doesn't stick around. Doesn't overstay his welcome. Instead, backs off. Calls for the rotates. Util's good, though. The fact that the T's got 2 smokes here on a pistol round's kind of wild. It's going to give them space to get this plant. Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, cheeky.
awkward timing, to say the least, but Flash comes in. Double peek with the
Ooh.
T's. Oh, no way!
No.
Sprunk! Oh, he's able to get a second as well. So much damage inflicted already. Pushing the CTs just a little bit
Wow.
further back, and that has been the round. Fireflux, what a crazy recovery. I mean, I honestly, I have been noticing this trend that, you know, teams on the T side, once they take control of the B bomb site, instead of just, you know, playing it safe, it has become the sort of modus operandi for a lot of teams to just take control of B side, just set up a crossfire at the back of site, and that's it. That is your round to take. Instead, we've been seeing, you know, on the T side teams aggressively taking control of Church, and I feel like that has been a pretty cool change up to the way retakes tend to go on Inferno.
Yeah, that was cool. We kind of jinxed Alliance a little bit there. Felt like that was their round teed up.
yeah,
They didn't played it properly, right? But I just can't believe Scrunk is getting away with as much as he is. He's 16-5, and it kind of feels like he's smurfing right now. You know, he's playing super aggressive time and time again. You cast your mind back to some of the multi-kills he's found. He's been getting aggressive on Banana. He's been bringing the fights to his opponents, and he does exactly the same again there. It's so easy to get that bomb down, to have the smokes posted up, and to just turtle up on that bomb site and try and set up a crossfire or something. Instead, he jumps through the smoke, lands a crazy headshot. We'll call it a little bit lucky, but it was a crazy headshot, and then follows up with a second as well, just to seal that round. So, another execute onto B. This one's been completely given up. They've gambled incorrectly on the site stack, and to be honest, yeah, as much as Twist is actually landing a couple of tags through this smoke, I don't even think they're going to rotate for this. I think they'll just try and keep everyone alive. Better to have this force in the next than to throw yourself at a retake that's unlikely and then have an eco. But it is going to give Fireflux 11 rounds.
Yeah, and that is the scary part, that they are giving up these rounds. But at the same time, yeah, I definitely agree with you. Maintain the pistols, keep them for the next round. In fact, you know, some players already in armored, which means, well, actually the majority of the players are in armor. So the fact that they lose this round, maybe not that big of a deal, because they at least have all 5 players surviving. We could potentially go for another stack, or I feel like this time around they might even invest in a couple smoke grenades, maybe flashbangs. That little investment could work out so well for them to deter the opponents from pushing Banana, maybe just attempting to take any control at all. And looks like, instead of just, you know, purchasing up some utility, looks like it's just going to be a proper investment here from Alliance. Okay, there we go. They got the MP9s out. A decent amount of utility. Surprised to note that some players still insisting on buying the defuse kits. I feel like if you're struggling in terms of cash on Inferno, that's probably... The defuse kit is not your top priority, I feel like.
Yeah, so much of the time you're not playing for these retakes on Inferno, so I am kind of with you. To have 3 kits here does feel ambitious, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll be made to eat our words. Maybe each and every one of them will be helpful. I doubt it, but we'll see. I like this aggression. MP9 playing up close. Plesson flashbanged in, goes 1 for 1, but more importantly, gets the information Felt a tad unnecessary for Era to aggress with him, and Twist has just eaten a grenade. I don't think they were expecting a third, but now they are, because he made loads of noise. Wow.
Tilt. Yeah, you can see
Yeah.
Twist not happy. Nate comes in, eats the whole damn thing, and then gets gunned down outright as he's trying to fall back in a better position in a desperate attempt from Alliance to try and retake this one, but we know how difficult it is to retake the B bomb site. This time, though, I mean, yeah, Fireflux taking this one incredibly safe, not going for an all-out push in church, allowing for the timers to just tick away. Ope. Oh, he actually wins that gunfight. That's pretty cool, but the crossbar is looking decent as well. Skrunk in a great position. Oh, have they? They've actually, I think they've done
And the
it.
kit as well.
Yeah,
No
they have.
way. Oh, wow. Alrighty.
Words eaten. Oh man, the kit actually
Swallowed
saves them
whole.
this round. Yeah,
Wow.
swallowed whole.
Okay, well, yeah, I can't believe they get away with that, with how long they leave it as well before pulling the trigger on that retake. That's kind of ridiculous. You could see, yeah, a couple of mistakes being made there, to be honest, and they're lucky that Avid's able to save the day at the end there, because they went 1-for-1 on the banana aggression. That's fine. Twist being that third man on the site would have been so perfect if he just stayed quiet and you know, they might not have even cleared him. And even if they do, if he goes 1-for-1 as well, it's perfect. But instead, he sort of plays forward, tries to get a rifle, then gets naded, then runs away, makes loads of noise. It's just really, really messy. They do get it over the line. Enough money to buy back, though, for Fireflux. And they are not really touching that B site. They'll give up the banana control. HG's good onto Pleasant, but they're prioritising the apps space here. Putting on the pressure.
Oh, I feel like, man, Era is in a dangerous position right now. Luckily for him, he uses the smoke to back away. Alliance trying to probe just a little bit, that making sure that Fireflux doesn't have an easy time taking control of brackets, of Banana. In fact, we're still seeing some potential engagements in Banana, but main play's happening here. Era is able to get the first, even the second. Spacing not the best there from the two players, but hey, they have control of the B bomb site, and that's all that matters. Deep smoke as well, so Era can get close. Oh, getting close to his death at least.
He has such a good start to the round. That's what I was talking about, putting Era on that AWP. Such a superpower. Trying to get cheeky around that smoke. Punished for doing so. It's Avid and Upi. Once again on this retake, by the way. It was these two last time round. They've got to do it again. Flashbang allows the cross. Sensei will be relayed this information. Tucked in the corner. I'm not sure Avid will expect this. Does soft check it, but doesn't hard clear. And Solfie's there to finish things off. 12 on the board for Fireflux, and back to winning ways quite quickly after what we can call a minor hiccup in their very, very convincing map.
And a convincing map individually as well. I mean, just take a look at your right-hand side, and you can see that every single player on the side of Fireflux is contributing. Sure, some more than others, but every single player above double digits. Whereas to take a look at the CT side, and some of those players have not had the best game, you know, Upe, Era, Pleasant as well. Avid and Twist have been putting up some decent numbers, but the rest of the gang has been struggling, and they could definitely use to build up some of that confidence. And right now, they have actually inflicted a fair amount of damage on the T side, which means that those pistols, those puny little guns, might have an easier time peppering the incoming onslaught of Fireflux players.
Last hurrah here, though, for Alliance. Throw everything they can at this round. Era, the one man with the rifle, gone down early. And Pleasant's taking a whole load of damage in the process as well. Seems like the destination of choice will be this A site. It's only UP to defend. He's got a 5-7 and a dream of keeping this one going. 50 seconds left to tick. Bomb's on its way over. This next duel means everything. And I think UP is about to be caught with his pants down. No, doesn't jump up into apps. Swings wide, though, and only lands the tag. So I think this one might just be the final nail in the coffin. In the next couple of seconds, Fireflux will realise this site's empty. They're executing onto a ghost bomb site. And they'll have the post plant with a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, this is basically telling me it's GG without saying it's GG. I mean, the post plant is there. Okay, 1 kill goes the way of Avid and company. Sure, some of these players are also quite low HP, so... Okay, maybe it's not the end of it just yet, but there's some really solid positions here. Bomb being planted at a good spot as well, and right now they're trying to get as close as possible, but this is not looking good. The CTs...
Okay. Well, Fireflux were actually kind of tested a little bit there at the end in that retake situation, considering they had the 2-man advantage. They were just against pistols. I'm surprised that even comes close. However, it does not change the outcome of the game. 13-4, a very dominant performance out of Fireflux. Everybody firing on all cylinders. You can see on the other side, that scoreboard's very top-heavy. Avid has a pretty good game. Twist has an alright one. And everybody else has an absolute stinker. Especially UP, who's supposed to be sort of this young superstar. He goes really, really quiet in that game. And he has done in some of his recent performances as well. So a little bit concerning there. Over on the other side, Soulfully the MVP. That's kind of interesting. I really thought it would be Scrunk. But yeah, it's difficult to sort of choose when there were so many players playing so well there. For Fireflux. But as I say, it just feels like Scrunk had more of those sort of impact rounds and those big multi-kills and whatnot. So he would have been my MVP, but yeah, a really solid team effort out of Fireflux for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he felt like as well, I guess one way to describe it, that he was the flashier player, and we think that he was the one, putting up the big numbers mostly. But at the same time, I mentioned earlier that it felt like it was more or less a team effort, every single player chipping in on the side of Fireflux. They were able to do pretty well individually on that CT side, and let's be real, I mean, they weren't really tested or contested on the T side just because of how much good work they put in the first half. But that's actually kind of it here for the first map of the best of 3. Guys, there will be a second map in the form of Anubis. We're going to take a very quick break, and once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that second map. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to our wonderful broadcast, and perhaps not so much, I'd say, not the best performance coming out there from the Alliance boy. Luckily, this is a best of 3. There's opportunities to rise to the occasion. Of course, the second map will definitely be one of it. My name's Sir Danny, joined here by MNJ, and I mean, we can touch on the first map, but is there really anything to touch on, Josh?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I think the thing to touch upon is just Fireflux's confidence and their domination, and that's something that was really quite prevalent throughout that that entire map, just how eager they were to get aggressive and take those gunfights. They weren't scared at all, whereas Alliance were quite constantly conditioned into just being a little bit worried about that aggression, being a little bit worried about taking those duels. Right here, they've got to change that. They do get the luxury of starting off on their T side. Remember, this is the Fireflux map pick, but that also puts pressure on them here to take sort of 5, 6, 7 rounds. And I'm not sure they're up for the task. We'll see as the pistol round's underway.
Yeah, so far, Alliance T side, they're making the right call. I mean, they don't know it yet. But oh boy, they're making the right call, deploying all bits and pieces of utility on that A side, the area of the map that has 0 defenders on it. An easy bomb plant is looking inevitable, and the post plant is on. Alliance now well entrenched on the site. Love the fact as well that Twist is trying to go for these gunfights, but he might be overwhelmed. Sensei able to reply, Soulfly, no! Alliance! They've all gone down except for Lonesome Era, and this is not looking good for him. Oh man, 1v4 defuse. It's gonna happen. Oh, what a painful round.
Yeah, painful indeed. Especially a painful way to start after losing that first map in the fashion that you do. Obviously, they will get that bomb plant, so there's a silver lining for them. But, yeah, quite a thin one, I feel. Galils are out, a couple of upgraded pistols. They'll throw themselves at this with as much as they can. But for Fireflux, very aware that this force buy is coming, they don't take any chances. They've got 4 M4s here on round 2. But it feels like they're ready for this.
Ooh. Last nade coming through. I have noticed as well, one thing that has been, I suppose, a little bit underwhelming is that once we saw Anubis coming into the map pool and we saw, tier 2, tier 3 level teams actually, on their CT side deploying lots of utility to try and be aggressive, to dish out some of that early damage. I feel like that has been more or less neglected by a lot of teams, which I feel like it has been changed for just in general some more CT pressure. And right now, the damage coming out from the CTs, but apart from that, they're actually playing this one super safe, I'd say, for a CT team on Anubis. Twist going in for the first gunfight, and what a gunfight it is. An early headshot, more damage inflicted on the A-bomb side, but Banjo with a great response.
Twist just slipping through mid here. I mean, they've done a hell of a lot of damage, so you do feel like maybe this is plausible. But they are still at a man deficit. There's 30 seconds left on this clock. Bomb's routing its way over towards B. But as is Soulfly on this rotation, they're super aware. They've lost this temple control. Scrunk falls off the step. His aim goes skew whiff. And with 20 seconds, they'll barrel towards B. Paz is the only line of defense to try and stop this. And they haven't got a smoke for the cross, but they will still get there and get this bomb down.
Big frag as well, connector control. So crucial for the T's. Right now I have more faith. However, they're dropping like flies, and that's not great until Ovid and Twist. A dangerous combo, great position as well. Crossfire set up. Sensei does not win this round. And well, oh well, it is Ovid and Twist once again to put the entire team of Alliance on their backs, give them a victory. And I'd say a much needed victory because I saw how that round was playing out. I felt like, yeah, Fireflux got this one in the bag, but apparently not. As long as Twist and Ovid are alive, it feels like Alliance has a chance.
I'm with you. That was a bizarre round, right? They had the advantage early on. All the cards were in their hand. And they even played it right with the rotations and whatnot. I think, honestly, it was just Skrunk's whiff that really cost them. And then it all got a little bit scrappy, right? You got someone coming in from the back and having to hold for that, then gives the opportunity for them to cross on to B, and as soon as they get that bomb down, then it is really a problem. But a force back here for Fireflux. They went heavy with the rifles last round, so the money isn't too great. It is just the 5.7s and armor. Sensei doesn't buy anything here, wants that opportunity to buy an AWP. Not in the next round, but the round after that. So he's kind of preparing himself for defeat here. Minute left on this clock. And it's only Paz on B again. And they're coming his way.
Yeah, look at the amount of respect as well. Smoke's coming out of the B-bomb side. Obviously, they are expecting a force buy from the CT side, and surprised the CTs. I mean, initially they were trying to be mobile across the map, rotating from the B-bomb side back towards A to try and maybe catch some good positions in hopes that maybe Alliance would commit to one bomb site solely and then they'd rack up some good kills, perhaps even a round win. But yeah, Fireflux unable to accomplish much in that previous round, but I mean, whatever. Early days. It will be an eco, though. This round, a full-on eco, so can't expect much here out of the Fireflux boys, but yeah, I mean, on the CT side, you definitely need to get those rounds. I mean, it's no surprise, and it's common knowledge by this point that the CTs do have a much more difficult time here on Anubis for a couple of reasons. I mean, one of them is definitely the rotations and economy. I mean, rotation speed is definitely difficult on this map. It's not great, and retake potential is, I feel like, at times somewhat difficult. At the same time, the CTs, well, let's say the current map layout often forces the CTs into a position where they constantly need to engage in aggressive maneuvers to maintain a competitive advantage. Obviously, this is the eco round, so they're not doing it. In fact, they're going for a very nifty little stack here on A side.
Oopie. HG might do some damage as Mac 10 will as well. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea behind the stack. It might merit something, but maybe just the single kill. There you go. Feeding Oopie's Mac 10 as well. Will not do them any favours. Alliance, not only take a third round, but everybody's rolling in cash, right? You got sort of 5, 6k in the bank, 7 on here or there up at the top. It's a very good way to start off map 2. I said they needed to put their foot down early here on the T side. Losing that pistol was a bit of a disaster, but for them, they take it as a blessing. And they've given us some real powerful stuff, to be honest, in these last couple. Now they've got to do it again against the rifles.
I like as well that Ope was able to rack up just a few kills, though, early on. Fast engagement on the B bomb site, but the fact that the CT still get 2 frags out of this, that's pretty good for them. Bomb plant, looking good as ever. Oh, Sensei trying to go for the spam, but not able to hit it just yet. But Fireflux in some really solid positions. You have a player coming in the backlines in the form of Banjo. Surprised that Soulfly is engaging so quickly, and Banjo going down. That's not a good sign, and let alone time is of the essence. The Diffuse get on side of Fireflux, so they got to be quick about it. Now they know the positioning of the final player, but they need to snatch that frag ASAP.
Oh.
Is there enough time, though?
I don't think he's got time, no. Wow. A lack of kit causes them so many problems. He's quick on the trade. They kind of had the right idea, but the peak there from Era was perfect. And 3 kills to his name, a 4th on the board for Alliance here. They're teeing themselves up for a very good map. There's one thing to kind of get it done against like the pistols, the force buy and whatnot. It's really another thing to do it against the full investment.
Yeah.
They're finding that consistency,
Man.
finally.
I feel like as well, like Fireflux, I felt like they should have had that one. I mean, the B bomb site, it is notorious for, considered a very open site, right? Lacking sufficient, defensive positions for the CTs to hold comfortably. And the CTs often feel very vulnerable and exposed to multiple angles. So what happened, the CTs, they were holding the site. They did a pretty okay job, to be honest. It's just like the retake just fell apart. I was surprised that Banjo wasn't able to do or find more success in his position coming from behind. And yet, now with that out of the way, some more pistols to work with for Fireflux. Sure, a bit of a slow starter as Alliance keeping on to, I suppose, a very similar ethos to what we saw in Inferno, at least initially, playing it safe against these pistols. They want to overexpose. In fact, they're expecting the CTs to play aggressive. Stall fly. There we go, being challenged. Twist is able to find one. Great frag with the second as well. No response from the CTs, and at this point, if you're Alliance, 40 seconds left of the clock, it does make a lot of sense to just, throw your bodies and go get some frags.
Yeah, exactly that. They'll keep it tidy as well. All 5 staying alive. You love to see it. 5 rounds on the board to go with it. I said that was sort of the benchmark they were looking to hit here. They're obviously eager for more. But it'll be a bit of a sigh of relief just to get to this point. Here we go, round number 7. Feels like
5 rounds already. Yeah, I mean, you think about it, and like on the T side, they've been doing some good work. CTs, on the other hand, struggling a fair amount. And we even saw, some attempts at aggressive maneuvers from Sensei, and actually, it pays off in the end. He's able to snatch one big frag. And Alliance changing up the pace quickly. They shall push on the bomb side. Avid, good as ever. Scrung. Vance, oh, damn, he's able to do some more good work. Oh no! That Sensei goes down. Soulfly as well. Upe coming alive. A player who has been pretty absent of the first one. Making some big plays, and now, oh, Banjo, great position. They have no idea where he's coming from. I feel like he's even expecting, oh no, no! Oh, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, that is unfortunate stuff for sure. But yeah, as I was saying before, it isn't necessarily a must-win just yet for Fireflux, but they do need to either take that round or maybe the next buy, not this one here. I mean, definitely the next buy. The next buy puts some real pressure on it. They have got max loss bonus, so they can go for a decent force into this one again. One of the kind of really awkward plaguing factors of winning that pistol round and then losing the follow-up is you don't get that sort of loss bonus advantage anymore. So if you actually lose the pistol round, you then go into that second round with like an extra loss bonus round under your belt. So yeah, it has just sort of meant that their economy's been that little bit fragile. It's been a little bit harder to manage. But 6-1 Alliance looking like just a different beast here on Anubis. I'm not sure what happened on Inferno, considering it was their map pick. It's kind of wild that, yeah, we're seeing this kind of change out of them. Perhaps they were just a little bit slow, a little bit cold. Now they're warmed up. And they're looking to bring the heat, the fire hit. Up against the force buy.
Yeah, I already like the fact that, some players who were absent of the first map doing some good work. Upe in particular, I think it might have ended the first map with just 2 measly frags. That's nothing. Oh, yeah. Spacing a little bit awkward there on the push. Felt like maybe both players should have gone together, but, if they maintain their space, then maybe the second player could still use the element of surprise. Don't expect someone behind that smoke. Nice attempt from Banjo, and this has been a very methodical round from Alliance, though. Slowly but surely, crawling onto that bomb site, clearing out all the necessary angles, and really, Fireflux not even giving them much of a challenge. And because they've been doing such a great job winning these 7 rounds in a row, just take a look at the T-side economy. It is booming.
It really is, and this is kind of the problem with it as well. You know, we're pretty deep into this half already, of course, but there are still a few rounds to play with. And even if Fireflux do start to get this ball rolling, they're going to be against a 4x in every single round. There's no break, there's no mercy, there's no freebie against an eco. It will quite literally be rifles out for the remainder of this half. Soulfly does open things up with a nice headshot, gets that ball rolling. They need to capitalize upon it further. They need the next 4 rounds. Oh, Banjo, careful.
Ooh, some good counter util coming out from the CTs, even reacquiring control of Connector, but the question is for how long. Pleasant, that one Molly, we still know that the Molly is very good enough to cover a fair chunk of Connector. And this has been a bit of a gamble from Fireflux as well, initially keeping on 3 players on the B bomb side. In fact, they have just returned to the same exact setup, heavily focusing on the bomb side. Scrunk, feeling the pressure. In fact, good timing there for Pleasant. Just as Era was starting to struggle, and now Soulfly and company not slowing down. They're playing this one aggressive. They're able to find some big frags. Now it is just Lonesome Pleasant left standing. This has to be and will be the round for Fireflux. Finally, something goes their way.
Perhaps the start of better things to come. It feels like it needs to be. This has been an awkward affair so far for Fireflux, but, you know, finally a taste of success there. As I said before, not in the clear at all. They'll be up against another really, really strong buy hit right up until the end of this.
Ooh. That's a lot of damage early on. This is where...
Ooh.
Yep, love the fact that CT's playing aggressive as to be expected here on Anubis. Ooh, that's a big gap in the defense. The B bomb site ill defended. Not expecting that Avid would be such a mad lad to push through the smoke, but that's exactly what he does. Reading the situation so well, and Fireflux, despite their initial success, now they're the ones on the back foot.
Yeah, by a decent margin as well. This round, it doesn't even feel like they can go for it. You see Banjo's position. Doesn't want to touch it. Alliance will be on to a, you know, the bare minimum I feel is needed here. It's 4 rounds for Fireflux. Banjo's managed to take 1 at least on the exit, but this does get sticky. Survive here. Yeah, Pleasant's ready. So it's that aforementioned, eh? Definitely cause for concern here. Fireflux's map pick is very, very quickly slipping away from them.
At the same time, it is a bit of a shame for Fireflux. Again, they really had a chance to cast some of their earlier matchups. But Fireflux, I mean, from the get-go, they were 2-0 in this competition, beating out Ecstatic, who, by the way, recently has been soaring through the rankings in CS2. These past couple of weeks have been tremendous for them, you know, just racking up wins left and right. I believe they're still... Oh, actually, no, their streak is over, but at one point they were on a practically... Was it a 7 or so best of 3 win streak? Impressive stuff. And so, yeah, Fireflux, they went out the first best of 3 against Ecstatic. They went out the second one against 5bet. In my eyes, also a pretty formidable opponent. But now they've also lost a best of 3 against 9, a best of 3 against OG. So in this 2-2 bracket, you feel like, going up against a team like Alliance, they should have what it takes to get it across the finish line. But man, would it be a heartbreak if after securing that early good start in the Swiss, they're not able to capitalize on their success and they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, that would be salt in the wound, right, of what has been actually a very good start and an interesting tournament for them so far. To be honest, either one of these teams do not want to be bowing out anytime soon. But we have to wave goodbye to one of them in the next 30, 40 minutes or so. Depends how long's left on this. Depends if Alliance can keep up this performance here on Anubis. Train as that decider would be an interesting turf to settle this one on. Banjo super aggressive here in main.
Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't seen a lot of attempts to garner mid control by the CT Scrunk.
God.
That is, yeah, a very awkward position. Basically just good for the one kill. That's it. There we go. Some CT aggression. Haven't seen this in a long while. Good attempt. Ovid. No! He's able to gun down a second. And you can see Paz not giving up canal control just yet. Hoping that he might just get player in his sights. I was not able to see anything just yet. I feel like now with 40 seconds remaining, yeah, Paz is just going to get a move on. Notice there's no one here. So where else could the beef now? The B-bomb site, this peak. Massive, but Twist has got the upper hand. And now they know if there was a player in canals, that B-bomb site has got to be empty.
Well, okay. Can't believe it. It felt like Scrunk just had that freebie there. The second he whiffs it, you think, all right, he's kind of cooked it now, but somehow manages to swing out, get another, keep that one interesting for a moment. Unfortunately, they can't materialize it into anything more. But just bizarre rounds. I mean, you can't blame Fireflux for taking initiative, trying to get aggressive, sort of throwing whatever they can at the wall, trying to make it stick. But I said the minimum for them was 4 rounds. They're now begging for a third. Scrunk. Oh no. Wow. That's so awkward.
That's frustrating, to be honest. I mean, Scrunk, who has been doing so much good work on the first map, now is a barely visible blimp on the map. Oh, and they're now just losing every single gunfight, it feels like, as well. And Pleasant banging out heads. I feel like Fireflux is just not on the same level of play as they were in Inferno. On Inferno's CT side, it felt like they were doing a much better job as a team and as well as individuals. But despite some of those initial rounds being relatively close and Fireflux having the edge, I feel like now they've just run out of steam. If Pleasant wins this gunfight, I mean, how could he be? Sensei, he's got the M4. That's a Louis V Pleasant he'd have to go up against. Oh, and that's a lot of intel as well. So now Banjo and Paz can definitely make the full rotate towards A. Paz still keep it close on mid just in case, but we now know that bomb site, is in the hands of Alliance. 2 big frags. Sensei attempting the retake, but how could he possibly make this work? I mean, 4 players to go up against, 2 of them, yeah, sure, relatively low on HP, so I assume he might get maybe 1, maybe 2. But no kid to work with, so he's got to be quick about it. Great pickup there onto Era. Low HP players are, in fact, close by. Gets himself a second, but there we go. Pleasant chimes in. And that will be 10 rounds, Josh. On the T side of Anubis, sure, T side and all that. But I feel like Alliance is just bringing us a whole different game.
Yeah, they are. And this is what's so bizarre about it, right? They got absolutely smoked on their map pick of Inferno. Now, you expect the T side of Anubis to be good, yeah, but not this good. And yeah, as you say, right, the fact that we saw Fireflux win that pistol round and get 2 rounds total out of the half is disappointing. It sort of begs the question, why did they go for this map pick? Historically, it's been good for them, but right here, it's proving to be anything but that. We do have a skins giveaway first, though, before we get any deeper into this. Oh, a Glock Vogue, not bad. So lucky. Congrats. Enjoy your new skin. And number 13, though, second half pistol round about to get underway, and this is so important for Fireflux. For Alliance, you know, they're not even that bothered. I'm sure they'd love to close this out without complication, but they've got so many chances, such a huge margin for error, it doesn't matter all too much. But yeah, for Fireflux, this is a must-win.
Yeah, this is where Alliance can more or less chillax and relax on the CT side. For them, they have a huge bonus on their hands. The current setup, I respect it. Usually you might see this something more at a gun round rather than a pistol round. Upe, first point of contact. But the smoke as well. Not sure how useful it's going to be. If you look at the T side, they might just try to push through, but Upe stops the first player dead in his tracks. They don't want to mess... oh, there we go. Pleasant. Great pickup. Pass with great response. So this quick switcheroo on the B-bombs, it might actually give them some life. Paz with a great frag. And now a 3v3 ensues, pushing back the CTs ever so further. And now that bomb has finally gone down.
Yeah, beeping away, and it is all just on Paz's shoulders here. It's a great flashbang as well for him to try and aggress further. Doesn't want to overdo this, but a third seals this just that little bit further. 2v2, bomb already halfway tick. USPs will chime in, but Banjo taking one of his own has to double it up, and he will. Swaps out to the Jawlies and keeps things tidy. Fireflux, they have got a long way to go, an uphill climb, a mountain it feels. But they have got their first step on that ladder, and they are ready, perhaps, to take a few more.
Yeah, this is where you could see a quick change up from Fireflux. They're just committing towards the A-bombs. On the B side, we know how difficult it is to defend the B-bomb side. To hold your ground, it's a difficult task. And the fact that on the T side pistol, Fireflux just kept on pushing, moving forward, I felt like that was a really genius play. And now, it will be rewarded for their hubris. Lots of utility expelled at B side. Carefully, they'll get that bomb planted in the midst of all these shenanigans, and so yeah, bomb plant, post plant. It's all looking great here for Fireflux. They might even win this round without having to kill a single CT, but I would assume the CTs will attempt to go for a backstab, maybe trying to dish out some damage, get a kill or so, but as we can see right now, the CTs, they're crumbling, getting shut down one by one. There we go, the back 10, racking up 4 kills. That's great.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect, to be honest. Exactly what you want if you're Fireflux, to be like, you know, part of you wants those SMGs to sort of farm a little bit more and yeah, get those early picks, but yeah, it's nice and simple. Nice and simple. Alliance feed them at the end there a tad as well. So 10-4. Round number 15 underway. Alliance do have the better buy here. That's the concerning thing. Fireflux playing bonus, and it does feel like... I mean, you can't blame them for playing bonus. It's kind of what you have to do here, but it does feel like a horrible time and place for it, right? They cannot afford to drop rounds.
Absolutely not. It is backs to the wall. Every single round counts. And sure, why they might try to experiment on the side of Alliance, Fireflux needs to be mega precise with every single move they make. Maybe that's still doable here on T side. Skrunk lingering about the smoke, not really committing just yet. Oh, now he does. He's got an idea, but not the crosshair placement. It is pleasant to come out on top. An early big frag for Alliance.
Softly has to try and settle the score here. It's going to be difficult, though. Flashbang in. It's actually a very good flash. No one's going to play off of the back of it. Banjo's found a kill elsewhere. But had he gone for the peak, that would have been a real opportunity to take those numbers in their favour. They know that there's another backside. Era found a kill earlier on. And Twist all by himself. 1 versus 4. It just feels like an impossibility. This round started off oh so well for them. And so quickly just slipped from their grasp. Be 5 on the board for Fireflux. This has been one hell of a comeback. It certainly would be if they can materialise it further. But they should be good for a freebie in the next. That's the thing. Alliance are going to have to eco, so it'll go 10-6. And then it really feels like there's some wheels behind this again. It actually does sort of seem like we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, man, that usually is the case with MR12, right? Especially if a team on that second half, winning the pistol, winning the first gun round, it always becomes so viable to believe they might have what it takes to pull it off. Oh, this moment as well. It felt like, yeah, Skrunk must have seen him on the minimap. Maybe a blimp on it. Then thought, wait a minute, if he saw me, maybe I saw him.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's so awkward. We're seeing it so much more with the new smokes as well. I kind of forgot how... It's bizarre because, like, you and I have both been playing Counter-Strike and casting Counter-Strike for a long time. And it's so easy to forget how the game used to look. And bizarrely, I went back and watched a demo from a game sort of 3 or 4 years ago. And yeah, just seeing the old smokes now, it just feels so weird. Awful. It feels so weird and surreal, right? And it's like, yeah, they look awful. But yeah, with sort of these new dynamic smokes, it does lead to a lot more of these kind of awkward moments. We don't have like sort of glazing smokes anymore as much as we used to, but it does lead to these kind of awkward moments like what we just saw there. And yeah, I guess exciting moments, we'll call it as well. But here we go. 10-5 will just be the pistols around. Twist saved them 4. Should be a good opportunity for Fireflux to make this a 6th and put some wheels behind this comeback. They are going about it quite slowly, though. It's exactly how you want them to be perfectly honest, in a round like this. Don't be going in all guns blazing. Don't be taking any major risks that you don't need to.
Connector control in the hands of the T side. Not for long. Looks like they have just left that position. I feel like that for the CTs to retake connector is always a possibility. Though mid control hasn't really seen a lot of action here from Alliance. The 2 players defending it pretty far back. Right about now, we might even see that commitment on the A-bomb set. I was so sure that Skrunk is just going to maintain his position in middle to cut off any rotations. Instead, he'll join the main push. With his teammates, they will enter the A-bomb site. Just a few players to find. Not that much, but it could definitely cause a lot of havoc. Good smokes coming in. Paz has now taken control of middle. And all in all, this is turning out to be a splendid round for Fireflux. Now dropping a single T player would be an epic win. But yeah, Alliance had some of those upgraded pistols, didn't accomplish much. I don't feel like the Swede's going to sweat about it that much, but it's going to have an upcoming gun round. And if they fail in the upcoming gun round, ooh.
Yeah, then things get dicey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Love that, though. I mean, Paz falls towards the end, but that's okay. He does have money. And honestly, sort of we commended their approach to that round at the start of it. And that's exactly why. Because it's very easy against a buy like that for for things to get a little bit scrappy, for you to either lose it or win it but take a lot of casualties and whatnot. So they've done very well to just sort of stay composed and go for a proper execution there late round, win it with 4 players alive, keep that economy going. They're going to need it if they want to materialize this comeback the distance. They're going to have to overcome this Alliance reinvestment. 4M4's out. Era on that AWP. He was really good on it in the first half, and he was really good on it in the couple of rounds that we saw on him on that second half of Inferno as well. Not that we saw too many rounds in the second half of Inferno, but we did see him with that AWP once or twice. He hit some great shots. Now he's cooking. Not in a good way.
Oh no. It's Roast, but he's still alive. Alive and kicking, and they have no idea of his whereabouts. Wow. And he will pull the trigger on them both. I mean, yeah, Era. He's happy. He knew that he wasn't supposed to win that round. He had no idea he was in that position. And so, that gives Alliance at least their first. 2 more to go to secure potential victory on this second map. But, man, oh man, even that previous victory, I mean, wasn't the most convincing, I'll say. But at least it's something on the board. Fireflux, AWP in the hands of Sensei. I feel like this round is gonna be a lot slower than what we saw in the previous one.
A bit of a bizarre sort of lapse in communication there as well, because obviously they threw the molly and he was burning for quite a while, so not to expect him close is a bit of a strange one, but either way. 11-6, a very, very important round that they've managed to pick up. And now on their way to the finish line with their heads held high, money in the bank. That's still the case for Fireflux as well. New piece taking a lot of damage. Wow, down to 36. Hasn't even seen anybody. He will now. Taken out. Good trade from Twist.
No, this is not looking good for the remaining CT on B. But it is Ovid. And he's gone. Pass. Okay, the spray is good for the second player as well. Oh man, I had high hopes that Ovid might still delay the push with a frag or so. And Banjo, he's got the awareness. He's expecting a certain Era to appear just around the corner, but Era's got a mind of his own. He's got a plan, but a plan to survive. He'll try to make the best of it, though, you know, once he's going to walk out, Banjo, boom, actually goes for the swing. 11-7. Damn, that's a great victory for Fireflux, let alone, not only did they get the victory, but look at the economical damage on the other side, Josh. It is, oh no, it is the opposite of loads of money. No money.
It's not loads of money. Yeah. Well, 11-7. Fireflux are back in, hungry for that 8th. Coming in hot as well. Soulflick. Clearing out connector, HG. Will bounce close, the pistol. About to peek into it. There you go, contact made. Won't overstay his welcome. Quite a disciplined approach.
I feel like you have to if you're Fireflux, because you're definitely expecting this to be a weird buy. Pistols at the very least. Oh, there we go. That's a nifty little boost. M4 with S in hand. 3 players on the site. This should be good. Oh, but it's the Molly. Perfect Molotov in the dark position, forcing out the M4A1S. And just like that, what could have been a solid setup there by Alliance has basically been shut down by that one Molotov. Impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. I love the initiative on just trying to sort of bolster up that one M4 and say, look, We need to try and put him in a position that he can do some damage. But as you say, the Molly's just perfect. Even if they're not expecting the boost, they're expecting just someone to be in that corner. They get a bit of a 2-for-1 special. Think onto Paz. Needs to be careful. Plessen has just Team Kill Twist. It's a little bit awkward. It'll go down to Sensei's AWP at the end as well. And Fireflux are now within 3. They've had a little hiccup, that 1-round loss, but they're back to winning ways. It will be against another buy here, though.
This is where things are starting to look a little bit dicey. Sure, 11-8. Alliance is still very much in the lead, but the fact that Fireflux has been so explosive on the T side, that Alliance hasn't really found much of a way to try and stop it. It is a little bit scary. I will admit we haven't seen a lot of CT aggression coming out from Alliance, and I feel like that is one of the main ways you can change things up on Anubis CT side. In fact, at times it feels like you have to. Soulfly, oh, just in the nick of time. Snatches a big frag, and his buddy Sensei on the other side of the map as well. Paz again delivering the lethal blow. And you know what's up. It's a smoke, it's a molly. It's the T's taking control of B.
At 2-man advantage, you can see that Alliance don't even want to touch this. They will just back off, let it go the other way. It's ridiculous. And they're losing control of a map that was so firmly theirs. And I think, honestly, the confidence starts to go in the bin right now, right? You start to actually feel like you're going to lose it. And I think that's honestly one of the most worrying factors here. It's like you get to this point in the game, you're 10-2 up. It's now 11-9. And even though you're still leading and you're only 2 away from the finish line, I think if you're on Alliance right now, you're feeling a bit doom and gloom. You're feeling like you're about to lose. Momentum's certainly not in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, and we haven't seen that many big change-ups there from Alliance. I think that, yeah, they did try going aggressive in the previous round, but they got caught out. They got shut down. And that's the big problem. Your defaults ain't working. Your change-ups are not working. So tactical pause is a must for Alliance, and I feel like on the Alliance camp, the mood is probably gloomy, considering how close they felt to securing that victory, and they probably still realize that it is pretty close, but their opponents are getting a lot closer than they probably should be, and it doesn't help that Alliance, not a full-on buy, it is more of a half buy, so to speak. Still a fair amount of utility. Weaponry is alright, but I feel like with this weaponry, and this entourage, oh man, poor Upe. Ouch.
Yeah, poor Upe. It's been naded again. It's just relentless. I mean, only a half buy here. I'll have a full investment in the next, but that'll be 11-10 unless they can get something done with what limited firepower they have. Scrunk lining up with Molly. They went quite heavy on this B side, so it does leave mid vulnerable. Scrunk's now going to press as his flames are forced twist out of position. And it's a good start, man advantage. Lots of damage taken, but still, man advantage.
$50. I have noticed as well that there has been a lot of mid control coming out from Fireflux. For the CTs in particular, it always feels like mid, alongside the V-bomb site, is one of those weak areas of the map. Oh, bam. Deegan Hand still alive and kicking. Could dish out some good damage and pass. Trying to cut off any rotations, but what we can say from the minimap, no rotations will be happening. In fact, all players of Alliance trying to get out of here. Sneaky beaky like. Ooh, that's some unfortunate timing pass. I think he should get frag. There we go. Is able to get the one, but Era from behind.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold on to what little they have. I say what little, I mean, 2 M4s and an AK is nothing to grumble at, but yeah, they will be trying to hold on to it, is the point there. And they'll be allowed to. No one's going to hunt all too hard. I mean, Skrunk's like getting a little bit exploratory, which is kind of bizarre because he was on 7 HP. But at this point, it doesn't really matter all so much. They've got tons of money. You've got 2 players that are on the verge of hitting max cash at the end of this round. So, yeah, you're not too worried about your own economy more than just breaking the opponents going into these final couple of rounds of regulation. 11-10. This has been one hell of a comeback here for Fireflux, but they've got to complete it. And it all boils down to this next round.
I mean, you can tell that a team is starting to get a little bit desperate if it's time for the double op. And that's exactly what they've gone for. Twist has been known to be a pretty okay secondary opera in the past, but it's 2025, and this time it's just not his day. Soulfly with a very big frag. Skrunk teasing Era with the op. No way Era is peeking that one, but it looks like he is. Oh boy, who's gonna come out on top? And it will be Era. What a quick reply.
That is a very important jolt. And he's won it. 4v4. Sensei has taken out Era, getting too aggressive there in mid. He's so desperate for the information. He's so just sort of on his toes and worried that he oversteps his lines. It might just cost his team. Soulfly really apprehensive about going for this con peek, but no one's actually there. Banjo's hit a lightning fast shot on Pleasant, and they're executing into an empty bomb site once again. No one's home here on B. Evan and Upi have already pulled the plug on this. They've already decided that if it's not a late A hit, they will just hold on to their weapons. That's exactly what we'll see, as it will go 11-11. Alliance, they'll still have money. That's sort of the one saving grace here.
Yeah, and as we know, I mean, money hasn't been the issue these past couple rounds. It feels like there really isn't a game plan heading into these rounds from Alliance. That previous one was just a display of individual aim and whether their individuals can hit their shots. So the problem is, I feel like the T side is doing a much better job at actually hitting their targets and, oh man, can't even save their guns. Oh man, Banjo on the hunt.
Oh,
Love this attempt from him. Yeah, looks like they might just keep that sniper for the next one, but boy,
you know,
oh boy.
I'm really surprised. Considering there's only 2 rounds left to regulation, I can't believe that they don't hunt harder there. There is absolutely no reason for Fireflux not to hunt harder. And even if they lose everybody, it just doesn't matter because you've got players on 5 figures and there's only 2 rounds left. It feels really bizarre that they don't hunt because, yeah, it gives Alliance the opportunity to now have another decent buy. But I don't know. It doesn't matter if they end up winning this round anyway. It just feels like a little bit of an oversight. It's an interesting call. The pressure's back on.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. And I feel like right now, Alliance will try to rely on their individuals more so than ever. But that's the problem. It's not like their individuals have been hitting their shots here in the CT side. They have been struggling. And even though we waxed lyrical about guys like Ovid, Twist, and Pleasant, and in terms of kills, it looks like they're doing an okay job, but majority of those kills come from the first half. On the T side, they have been struggling. And their sorrows will continue because look at the clock. Look at the positioning of the T side as well. Trying to cause as much rotation towards the B side as possible. But is this the area of the map they want to commit to? Feels like it is.
Oh, here. Again, he's been good in these situations. He's been good at just evening out these numbers, winning these important duels. It's back to a 4v4. Paz, the pincer from main. Skrunk's going to try and sell a bit of a distraction. Up from Con, but with the bomb. Needs to be traded. Banjo's there for both. That is perfect. And it comes at such a crucial time. Twist, 1-for-1, won't cut it. Now it's all onto Upi's shoulders. We've seen so many rounds where they've gone for the save. This can't be one of them. But what is Banjo doing?
Yeah, he's gone way too aggressive. That could be a problem. And now Upe just crouches into the crosshair of Sensei. Good positioning from Upe. Nice attempt, but Sensei knew where he was coming from. And oh boy, I mean, we saw Alliance, they actually made a really good call. A bit of a stack towards the B-bomb site. Their best bet to try and hold on to the push. And initially it felt like it is a good idea. But some players, you know, picking up a frag, hoping they'll get the better with the second guy. No, they dropped that, and the trades from the beginning, they just went the way of Fireflex, and Alliance didn't really have much of a response. And speaking of responses, what is this? I mean, this is the last round of regulation in this purchase. I mean, it won't be great. I do expect to see a sniper rifle. Wonder if we're gonna see two, though. I'm not sure if that has been the saving grace for Alliance. Maybe they prefer the mobility of the M4s in this situation. Oh, alright, just the one up.
From 10-2 up to 11-12 down and playing for overtime or bust here. Alliance, their tournament life right on the line. And this is concerning. Soulflame will blow the smoke open. Nobody on the other side of it. Era is, but he's tucked around the corner. He's only going to take the fight if someone gets aggressive. Just letting this clock tick away. And just patience. Waiting for Alliance to make that first move, that first mistake, and it'll be Avid to do so. And a good start.
Yeah, it's an act of desperation at this point. In fact, this as well, on the T side, they've considered going for the double op setup because they knew the CTs will be desperate. They'll be looking for frags anywhere they can find them. And wow, just look at the firing squad. You got Sensei on the op, Paz up close with the AK-47, and it's done. I mean, Upe, aggressive play, desperate, is able to find one. If you're Fireflex, I mean, can you still mess this up? That's the big question.
Can you mess it up? Yeah, for sure. Oh, they gonna. It doesn't look like it. Upi's going to burn further in the molly as well. This is just insult to injury. And a clutch that feels impossible. Peeks out into the open. Baited into the first fight. And wiped out by the second. 13-11. Fireflux. A near flawless T-half. Alliance had much of the same, but still, it's not enough. That is bonkers.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough. I mean, Alliance, man, they crumble on that second half. Fair enough. Some of those rounds felt like they were pretty close, but at the end of the day, they just went the way of Fireflux. And I think that, yeah, at this point, we will crown, by the looks of it, Banjo as the MVP. I felt like in the last couple of rounds for Fireflux, he was such an important asset. Not necessarily finding, you know, the opening frags, but in those mid-round situations, he was the one, you know, bringing the heat and making sure that Alliance does not have an easy time, even attempting at a retake. He was the one, you know, being aggressive, proactive as well, and putting the Alliance players in such a difficult position where, I mean, a retake just felt impossible. I mean, think of this as well. Now that I recall, I don't think there were a lot of post-plan situations on that second half. Maybe 3-4 rounds for the most part. It felt like initially it was Fireflux with the edge from the get-go. Post-plan comes in, and if it does, I mean, the retake maybe happened a couple times from Alliance. Yeah. That's it.
Yes, yeah, that was kind of the thing, right? They so often the round was settled within the first, maybe not few seconds. A lot of the time we did see Fireflux play like a slower approach, but within the first few seconds of first contact, I think is the better way of putting it. The second those gunfights took place, either Fireflux dominated and won those duels, and Alliance were just falling away, playing for the save. We saw that so many times. Yeah. We saw it on Inferno a lot as well, but obviously Inferno sort of tailored towards it a little bit more. But yeah, or you know, sometimes a couple of times they'd give us a bit of resistance. We'd maybe have something a little bit closer, but it also felt like Fireflux were just better in those late rounds as well, and in those post-plant situations. So yeah, really, really impressive stuff. I think if you're Alliance, you're going to be kicking yourself that you weren't able to get it to that third and final map. I'm not sure what Train would have had in store for us, but yeah, that's a disappointing way to go out, that's for sure. And sadly, that's their tournament life ended. But I'm excited to see Fireflux move on to the playoffs. I was talking earlier about some of the playoffs invite teams that we've got coming into this next stage, and there's definitely a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, we definitely have some, great teams that will be playing in the playoffs. I mean, big shout out to Fnatic as well, joining us for the playoffs. I believe we will also have one of the teams is Imperial female, from what I recall. The Imperial Valkyries, pardon me. So that's going to be a pretty interesting team. Oh, Dynamo Eclat as well, great shout. And Partisan, by the looks of it, will be... and Metasport alongside GTC. So we will have a pretty decent list.
Nexus is
that too. Okay. Oh, that's actually a team I haven't really seen them play in some time, so that would be interesting to see Nexus at the playoffs. But yeah, sad to say that we have to say goodbye to one of the teams, and also it looks like one of our matchups has been that was supposed to, I believe it was the Zero Tenacity versus Ecstatic matchup that was supposed to take place. So sadly, guys, that matchup will be happening tomorrow at 11 CET. So if you still want to tune into that matchup, don't worry, it's not gone. It will take place, just not today. But yeah, Josh, I feel like that kind of sums it up for today's broadcast, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it does. It puts a nice little bow on things. We had two bizarrely contentious games. Obviously, the first one was third map and super contentious. And the second one, whilst it did feel like Fireflux were the better team through and through, we actually got a really, really exciting map too there at the end as well. So I think it's been a good day at CS, and I'm excited for what's in store for that final round 5 game tomorrow morning as well. That was actually kind of teed up as my somewhat matchup of the day. I thought that was going to be a really good one to end it on, because yeah, I really, it's a coin toss and a victor there between those two teams, I feel.
Yeah. So right, guys, thanks so much for tuning into the broadcast. Hope you had fun watching the games. My name is Mr. Danny. I've been joined here by M&J. Thank you all for tuning into the broadcast once again, and we hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, folks. See ya.